What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki, ladies and gentlemen. How are we this evening? How are we? Do we get the raid? Let me double check. Por favore. I think we got the raid, so let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. And shout out to our boy Speakeasy. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Also, shout out to Chantel. Don't be afraid to like and subscribe. It's goddamn free, folks. Goddamn free. But we're going to be doing a little bit of a study sesh on the upcoming debate that we have tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be over on our Swords of Reason, hosted by our gracious host, Speakeasy, the one and only Speakeasy, as they say. So we got to make sure we keep things logical. And who better else? Who better else, ladies and gentlemen, teach us about logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
three
statement?
laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude.
Anyways.
I don't know where. You don't even know the three laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want
bro.
to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Absolute legend. And make sure, folks, you gotta make sure you check out Speakeasy's merch store. One sec, let me actually do a little bit of a promo. You know what I'm saying? Cause I got to get used to practicing promos. You know what I'm saying? Because especially for myself, I'm quite dog shit at it. But ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, Easy. Oh wait, one sec. Easy has a new revamped merch store with a lot of stuff. So we just go through the products. We got all kinds of stuff. The Baby's Lives Matter T-shirt. We got ourselves water bottle as well with the straw. You know what I'm saying? We got ourselves a travel mug as well. We got a full kit, you know what I'm saying, with the branding. You know what I mean? We got tank tops, we got shorts, we got the fire and ice hoodie. This is my favorite one. We got the camo joggers, we got the signature joggers as well. We got some multi-option joggers. We got like plenty of pants, plenty of hoodies, you know what I'm saying, with the logos also. Even for the ladies too, we got some caps in there as well. You know what I'm saying? We got more hoodies. We got a coffee mug as well. You got to shout out our boy Teriyaki right there on the mug as well. You know what I'm saying? We got the Avarice hoodie, which is a limited edition. So make sure you get your Avarice hoodie now if you want one. Again, more travel mugs, even stuff for the kids as well. You know, shout out to Easy for that as well. And there's multiple colors on this as well. You know what I'm saying? So if you want, like I say, a red hoodie, you can get it in red as well. Again, more yoga pants for the ladies. We got hats, all kinds of jumpers. Like, for example, like this one is the Swords of Reason one. We got the Open Panel Purge one. The Open Panel Purge one, again, is limited edition as well. But a lot of like multiple different colors you can get it in as well. You know what I mean? So again, me personally, I enjoy the black. I'm not gonna lie. But again, like coffee mugs, all this kind of good stuff. Make sure you check it out, folks. Okay. So, where we at? Also, ladies and gentlemen, just remind you as well, if you want to turn this into an open panel, all we have to do is reach the goal, which is $50. I would appreciate it if you got it more so on the Ko-Fi and the PayPals, because I don't know if you know, YouTube takes 30%, and if you're using an Apple device, Apple will take 30%, then YouTube will take 30%. And how that looks like, for example, if you're on an Apple device and you super chat $10, what happens is Apple takes 30%, which means that $10 donation goes down to $7, and then YouTube will take 30% on top of that, which puts it down from $7 down to $4.90. Okay, which means Apple and YouTube would take a combined 51%, as opposed to the original $10, which is like basically we only get 49% off the YouTube's off super chats if you're using an Apple device. So just as a reminder, folks, Apple and YouTube takes 50% of super chats, and a special offer for these types of shows, the old study session as well. Wait 1 sec. Un momento. If you want a specific topic, it's $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal, because like I explained, YouTube and Apple take 50%. Well, thereabouts. So make sure you like it. I'll also welcome into James. Welcome in, sir. And don't be afraid to join in Discord too. Like I said, I got some plenty of information. So we got a free budgeting template for Google Sheets, I think it's called. Just basically a little kind of like Excel, kind of like spreadsheet. That's just like a nice kind of like a rough template if you want to start taking notes of your expenditures and all this kind of stuff. And also we have some carnivore stuff there, so like your fitness and health and all this kind of stuff. Some good stuff there, and then also the philosophies as well. And we shall be adding in the aristocratic National Socialism philosophies to that section once we get past these kind of debates. But I'm going to be going on a rampage to try and kind of push this as much, just to try and get as much feedback and all that kind of good stuff as well. But like I said, main thing is that, and I kind of I've done a stream on this, just kind of breaking down, kind of like going from Marxist and showing, like highlighting why communism is a delusion, but why also capitalism can be dangerous as well. And like I said, the first debate we're going to be reviewing today, as well as we're going to be prepping a bit as well in terms of the anarcho-capitalism. Because I'm not sure what way the prompt is going to be phrased, but essentially it's going to be different from this debate that we're going to be reviewing, because in this debate that we're reviewing, essentially what happens or what goes on is this whole thing of un momento, por favor. Like this whole kind of like aspect that we see in this debate is that like my opponent doesn't really hold to a position. He just tries to play like the fence card, where he just sits on the fence and says, well, no, you actually, it's not the superior system. But essentially, like what he tries to do is try to straw man the position and try to say, well, no, like socialism, communism is bad, okay? And then tries to kind of like set it up as though he's attacking communism, when I kind of keep going over and keep trying to drill into him that it's the limiting principle of nationalism. You know what I mean? Which is why it's going to be a key thing. In terms of the aspect as well, obviously anarcho-capitalism is going to be coming up in tomorrow's debate. So we'll kind of get into that in a little bit. Like I said, I kind of want to get the feelers for the actual prompt that's going to be coming up. The main, just kind of like solidify our position. And like I even kind of mentioned this towards the end debate when I was doing the outro. So I was a little bit disappointed, because I thought I was actually going to be tested a bit in terms of like different areas that like that I might be wrong in, or just to kind of like, you know, at least trying to strengthen the argument. But it seemed like my opponent really didn't have any kind of counter arguments for the case that I was making of why certain areas necessarily need to be socialized or republicanized, if you want to put it that way. Did I even mention it in the notes? Actually, let me just check this real quick in terms of, because the other aspects that I kind of mentioned in the debate as well was the aspect of like traditional conservatism, which is like a very high compatibility with National Socialism. Christian nationalism, it's partial to a strong blend, but you need to make sure that it's not this whole thing of where just because they're Christian, that's why they're getting the position. It should be still based on merit, still based on like reasoning. There's obviously ones that like for example, like poor like examples of like poor compatibility would be modern liberalism or progressivism or communism itself. And then essentially like the anarcho-capitalism one is like this whole thing of like certain aspects they could agree with, like for the large part of like the day-to-day services and industry, like we mentioned, like retail, entertainment, small manufacturing, things like that, like your hairdressers, your restaurants, all this kind of thing. Like that's fully capitalistic. That should never be socialized and all this kind of stuff. Whereas with anarcho-capitalism, you would be forced into a position where it's like, well, no, I don't want the state whatsoever. I don't even want a police force, is what the anarcho-capitalist would argue. Unless he's doing something where it's like, no, I'm actually a minarchist. where then, like I said, I can kind of pounce on it and kind of push down the lines of like, okay, well, what's the minimum we need? You know what I mean? And then it gets into a case of like, okay, we'll be able to kind of attack it from that angle. And also welcome in, Darth. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. Grab yourself a nice little cup of coffee. You know what I mean? Because we're going to be doing a bit of debate prep for tomorrow's stream, tomorrow's debate. Like I was kind of saying to the boys, we're going to be going against an anarcho-capitalist. So it's actually going to be kind of like level ground in terms of we both actually have to make a case, whereas my opponent in today's stream or today's debate review doesn't really make an argument. He just tries to critique my argument and makes a very poor job of it. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Speakeasy, introduce the show.
Today's debate prompt: is National Socialism the superior form of government? Representing the affirmative. Oh fuck! What just happened to all my stuff? Can you guys still see me? I'm here.
Yep.
Okay, I hear you. What just happened?
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, I don't know how that happened. I apologize. Representing the affirmative, that's where we were. Is Teriak, all right, a man who thrives where controversy meets comedy, okay, known for tackling the hottest cultural flashpoints, throwing down in political debates, and making frequent appearances on open panels across the platform, all right. Teriak brings a sharp take with a twist of internet chaos. An aspiring professional memester. He's mastered the art of turning viral moments into conversation starters. And if that's not enough, he also hosts a spin the wheel show where viewers can pay to roll the dice and ignite some truly fire discussions. Okay, whether it's policy, culture, or panel madness, Teriak comes ready to stir the pot and keep the chat alive. And you can find his links in the description below. And for the negative, all right, making his debut
welcome
on
in,
the
Ivan.
Swords of Reason, we got Political Shankfest. Self-described as deathly anti-communist and violently American, he's built a reputation through frequent open panel appearances and diving headfirst into the controversial topics that many may avoid. Whether you agree with him or not, one thing is clear: he doesn't shy away from the conflict. And tonight he's stepping into the arena ready to test his ideas under the pressure. So make sure you guys go give him support. You can find his links in the description below as well. With that being said, we're going to...
Now, again, just a wee comment here before we get into it. Our dude, Shankfest here, this whole thing where he's like radically against communism is the kind of the pitfall or the trap that I think a lot of people fall into with the whole Marxist thing. They think, oh yeah, like the communism is a delusion, so we're going to go full-blown capitalist, fuck Marx and all this kind of shit. And that's the trap or the mistake that people make. They don't actually kind of recognize the actual critiques of capitalism, which are there, which are warranted. You know what I mean? So like what I'll point out in this whole thing of like, there's certain areas that need to be nationalized. Otherwise there will not be a state. You'll go full blown capitalist and then all of a sudden the state's no longer there anymore. You don't have any police, you don't have any infrastructure, you don't have any no support, no actual thing binding everybody together, aka a nation. You know what I mean? So that's why like this is and again, I do kind of like phrase it in a certain way that's a bit provocative in the whole like National Socialism when I kind of like do the whole thing of like, well, aristocratic National Socialism. And as you find out towards the end of the debate, my opponent kind of says, well, you're kind of like MAGA. And it's like, yeah, no shit. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like it's radical in terms of the prompt of like National Socialism. It's like, oh my God, Teriak's a Nazi. And it's like, right off the get-go, I say, this is not Nazism. You know what I mean?
Move right into openings. You're up first, Teriak, whenever you're ready to start your openings.
I have no issue with it. Like initially, when I first started like doing videos and getting into streaming, I was like, "Oh shit, this is trippy." But you do eventually kind of get over the like that whole kind of thing, and you basically go into it. You know what I mean? And also, welcome in, Ivan. And Shanti says, "Skank told me my mom don't like me." Yeah, like I said, I'm a bit uncertain that like, is this dude just like actually kind of adrift and kind of drank the Kool-Aid of like anarcho-capitalism? or is he one of these subversives that wants to come in and say, actually, no, I'm a right winger just like you guys. I want anarcho-capitalism, but really I want to basically internally divide your camp and kind of I want to get rid of the state, which would kind of align him to the communists. Do you know what I mean? There's definitely food for thought, but definitely the dude that comes on to the after panel and the dude I'll be facing tomorrow, he's definitely one of these subversives.
Statement. I will start the timer up with your voice.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, illustrious host Speakeasy. Today we're going to go through a little bit of political philosophy. Okay. Now, I've done a stream on how I built this argument by critiquing Marx. And a lot of right wingers particularly understand that communism is essentially a delusion, but they never actually engage in with the critiques of capitalism that Marx puts forward. So today I present a political philosophy designed for the 21st century and beyond. One that aims to be the strongest, most durable, and most effective system for a sovereign nation. Aristocratic National Socialism. Well, first, I need to be crystal clear from the very beginning. This is not Nazism. Nazism was a specific extreme version known as fascist National Socialism. It was totalitarian, centered on one all-powerful leader known as the Führer principle, obsessed with racial mysticism, aggressive territorial expansion, and constant warfare. This version was very, very bad. Aristocratic National Socialism is fundamentally different. It's a rational, merit-based, constitutional, and focused on peace through strength, long-term prosperity, and national survival. It rejects totalitarian dictatorship and expansionist wars. Instead, it emphasizes competence, evidence-based decisions, and strict limits on government power. But what is aristocratic National Socialism? It's socialism with strict limiting principles. Regular socialism and communism seek to give the government ownership and control of nearly everything in the name of equality, or more specifically in communism's methodology, equity. They believe that the state should run the entire economy. Aristocratic National Socialism is the opposite. It applies socialism only where it is absolutely necessary for the nation's security, strength, and long-term survival. Everything else remains private, competitive, and fully capitalist. The guiding rule is simple and strict. The government may only intervene in areas that are critical to the nation's defense, cohesion, infrastructure backbone, and ability to survive as a sovereign people. All other areas must stay free. And anybody who's watched any of Ryan C. Mullally, this is what he's been screaming from the bell tower from. You need a limiting principle, especially all these liberals, because he points out that you liberals are going to end up like Hassan and communists if you don't have any limiting principles. This national limiting principle prevents the endless expansion of government we see in regular socialism. The nation, its people, culture, security, and future always comes first. Aristocratic means rule by the best. So think of Plato, like the whole Philosopher Kings, the Council of Philosopher Kings, or King Arthur and the Knights in the Round Table. Leadership is earned through proven talent, character, competence, and results, not birthright, popularity contests, or wealth alone. One key thing that we would have to address straight off the bat is responsible citizenship, voting as a... And this is where I get into the responsible voting and the government structure and all this stuff. And the reason why I go about this aspect, because the one thing I notice is that the intro is a bit too long, because I kind of get I get the majority through it, but I kind of just fail out in terms of the key supporting policies, which would be talking about like the tariffs and trade policies that you'd need, the national preference and supply chain security, anti-monopoly enforcement, and foreign ownership restrictions. So, but I do ad-lib a bit, especially towards the beginning. So one thing I'm going to have to be conscious of tomorrow is to kind of like speed through it and like not do necessarily the ad-libs until we get into like leave that for the opening section, because then I have more so, especially tomorrow, because I'm going to be going against anarcho-capitalism, more so to critique my opponent's position and like have that 5 minutes to make sure I kind of nail that out. like I was saying, in terms of the aspect of responsible citizenship, voting as a privilege, I don't necessarily know whether or not I should leave that in or not. But it does kind of like echo or kind of like strengthen the point that like if you're going to be aristocratic, you need to make sure that you're aiming for the best. You know what I mean? Like the rulers of the best, like the whole philosopher king thing, and like where it's like reasonable of all. So if we're implementing a system for the government where it should be reasonable of all, we should also have the same expectation on the citizens where it's like you should also be reasonable, and we should make sure that you are reasonable as well. And then in terms of governance structure, I think I could fully kind of like take out, because again, the reason why I leave that in is to kind of highlight where it's like, listen, this can be done in the American system without having to do this whole Führer principle that I mentioned earlier in the opening statement, where like when Adolf took power, he had to like do a whole restructure of the government and give himself all the power and all this kind of stuff, where you don't necessarily have to do that. You know what I mean? Shantae also says, I'm not sure my opinions on Shank. The other guy I definitely think gives subversive vibes. Yeah, like the whole thing of like, yeah, I'm a racist and all this kind of shit. It's just like, bro, it's just cringe. Because, like I was saying, in terms of like this whole aristocratic principle, like just disqualifying someone because of the melanin in their skin is irrational. You know what I mean? You have to judge the individual based on their soul, based on their mind. You know what I mean? But the mere fact that Shank was like, oh, dude, I could listen to you talk about this for 6 hours straight and all this kind of stuff. That to me is kind of like, okay, these guys are buddies and they're coming in this and like acting as though they don't know each other and all this kind of shit. Very fishy. Darth Thanos Anus. I can't remember his name. Yeah, something like that. It's some weird fucking gobshite name. But anyways, let's get back to it.
Privilege, not a right. We reject universal suffrage because unlimited democracy often leads to short-term promises and national decline. The right to vote in national election is earned through two main areas: the stake in the nation and civic competence. Stake in the nation is either citizens must own residential property with meaningful equity or have completed honorable military or national service. So that's the first clause. So one of those two, you either own a house or you serve in the military or some sort of national service. And second of all, civic competence. Voters must periodically pass a natural test or neutral test on English fluency, basic mathematics, logical reasoning, and critical thinking. So again, the way it's structured test is mathematics, logical reasoning, and critical thinking, and it would all be in English or whatever the primary language of the country is. So you're basically testing for all 4 areas there. This ensures that those who vote have both investment in the country and the skills to make informed decisions. Non-voters keep all other rights and freedoms. The governance structure would be a House of Representatives elected by qualified citizens, a National Senate, a merit-selected upper chamber filled with proven leaders from business, military, science, engineering, and law, serving long terms on strategic national issues, strong but limited presidency, clear authority on national security, defense, and execution of laws, and an independent judiciary and strong federalism. States remain powerful laboratories of policy and innovation. So if anybody, any of the noticers in chat would realize that's pretty much the same structure that America has today.
So I think I could just basically fundamentally summarize that section as just saying, well, like the governance structure would be the exact same as it is in terms of the current American structure. Maybe saying that like in terms of the Senate, it's purely merit-based and not elected kind of thing. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Economic vision, sovereign market economy. We fully embrace capitalism as the best engine of innovation, efficiency, and wealth creation. The vast majority of the economy stays private and competitive. So shops, factories, restaurants, tech startups, your barbers, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing. So pretty much everything in your regular day-to-day would still stay capitalist. It's just key areas that you need to socialize. Profit and competition are encouraged and rewarded. However, the state provides strong direction and limited socialization in the critical backbone areas essential for national strength and survival. So first of all, national defense and military technology, so basically warfare. Full state oversight of weapons production, advanced R&D, cyber weapons, nuclear capabilities, and dual-use technology like semiconductors and AI. Private companies can innovate under contract, but critical capabilities remain under national control. You do not want China controlling Lockheed Martin. That's a key area here. You don't want your enemies doing business with your production companies for military. You don't want the latest tech or latest weaponry going to China or Russia. The second area would be core infrastructure and energy. State direction or ownership of the national power grid, major roads, railways, ports, airports, water systems, and strategic energy reserves. Long-term resilience against blackouts or sabotage takes priority over short-term profits. Again, you don't want China controlling your energy grid, because then on the flip of a switch, they could basically send you back to the Stone Age. Education, this is a key area as well. A national duty of a nation is to educate its citizens. A rigorous national core curriculum emphasizing mathematics, sciences, engineering, honest history, critical thinking, and physical fitness, discipline, and civic duty. Merit-based tracking identifies talent early and prepares the best for leadership. Private schools and choice are allowed under national standards. So long as they have a curriculum of mathematics, sciences, the real sciences, not the pseudosciences, engineering, honest history, critical thinking, physical fitness, discipline, and civic duty. Money, finance, and banking. Strong oversight of the central bank for sound currency and low inflation. Strict rules against reckless speculation, dangerous derivatives, and debt bubbles that harm the nation. Think of the 2008 financial crash. Want to avoid that. Food security and agriculture. Protection of prime farmland from foreign ownership like China. And development, strategic reserves, and support for domestic production of seeds, fertilizer, and key staples. You do not want, again, you don't want China or Russia controlling large swaths of farmland, and then all of a sudden they send you into a famine. Trust me, I know the importance of a famine being an Irishman. Justice, police, and internal security. National direction to ensure fair, effective law enforcement and equal justice. You can't have private justice, essentially. Even Milton Friedman conceded at that point. Borders, immigration, and demographics. Strict merit-based immigration with cultural compatibility requirements. Aggressive pro-natal policies, so tax incentives, housing aid, and family support to maintain a stable and growing native population. We don't want to see mass immigration and these motherfuckers just trying to replace the nation through mass immigration. Cybersecurity and digital infrastructure, national standards and protection of all critical networks, data sovereignty, and defense against foreign cyber attacks and influence. So again, in terms of like the way the internet, like there's large cables under the ocean, all this kind of stuff, you need to make sure that you're protecting that kind of stuff. They don't hop onto your network and then again, all of a sudden take down your internet. And then foundational scientific research, targeted funding for long-term basic research, biotech, material science, and AI foundations that provide that private markets often neglect because returns take decades. And again, like think of this in terms of biowarfare. That's why you have to include this one. In terms of healthcare, a smart hybrid system could be put in place. Mandatory health savings accounts, catastrophic insurance, and private delivery for most services. The state ensures basic access and runs core emergency hospitals while competition keeps quality high and costs reasonable. You have to have the hybrid. You have to have private competing with the public. The key supporting policies for this as well, as I try to rush through this. No, I'll actually leave that for the rebuttal section. Try and get you all.
Yeah, I think a key aspect here was that I kind of went too in depth in terms of the details of the areas that need to be socialized. I should have just read off. I think I'd save a lot of time just reading off the certain areas and then allowing the specifics to get into the open floor. Yeah, I think just listing them off and then doing the detailed ones in the actual back and forth, because in terms of like the key supporting policies, like the whole like protectionist model that Trump has, in terms of like the tariffs and all this kind of thing, giving more time to that and then just explaining why the system is superior, comparing it to both socialism and communism and then against uncontrolled global capitalism, would be a key thing to end on. And then, like I said, in terms of the back and forth, yeah, I think that's what way we're going to go about it, chat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
All that kind of stuff. But that's...
But let me skip forward a bit.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone, for everyone out there tuning in at different hours of the day. I'll hop right into it. I am Political Shankfest, and National Socialism is bad. Doesn't matter which way you flavor it, which way you dice it, which way you add any type of adjective to it. National Socialism is a failure, and it will always be a failure, just like communism is a failure and will always be a failure. National Socialism is a government fundamentally authoritarian in its nature, forced upon critical social systems.
Now notice already, I've completely thrown his opener to the window, to the floor. You know what I mean? And this is like a key thing that I've wanted to do, or I try to do in terms of debates, where like I want them prepping for a certain thing to come up, and then that thing not to come up, because what does that do? It completely, like, all that effort that they've spent has gone thrown out the window, which all that effort and time has just been wasted, and then it puts them into a state of panic where they're like, oh fuck, I don't know which way to move now. You know what I mean? And once you have them in that panic, then it should be easy game, as the kiddos would say, the gamers. You know what I mean? Because like, imagine like you're kind of like prepping all this kind of stuff for a test, and then the test comes up, and then there's like no question. You can't even recognize the questions. You know what I mean? You're going to fail that test. That's the kind of like situation that I want to put my opponents in, where it's like they're gung-ho and they think that something's coming up, and then you just basically just rug pull them. You pull the rug out from underneath them, and then they're like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? And they literally have nothing prepared, and like you basically take them off the script, because a lot of people, like, all they can really do is just operate off the script and all this kind of stuff. Because like and this is where like a lot of people say is like, oh, can you teach me how to do that and all this kind of stuff? And the only thing I can really say to that, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's like, that's empathy. Like trying to put yourself in your opponent's position, trying to put yourself in your opponent's shoes, and then kind of think, okay, they're going to think socialism, and then they're going to run off with communism and all this kind of shit. They're not going to be expecting me to say communism is the devil. You know what I mean? And then I also put in the thing of like this global capitalism that we're seeing, this like open border, free trade, all this kind of shit. That's also the devil. You know what I mean? And it puts them in a very kind of like uncertain position. And like I said, they're in the panic mode. And then they're like, it's a lot harder for them to think, because they're playing catch up. You know what I mean?
Putting big business with bureaucracy is doomed to corruption. And that is a fatal flaw in National Socialism, just as it has been in communism. Everything a National Socialist government touches goes in this exact way. A system that should benefit the people is entrusted to the hands of very few with very little oversight and enforced by the state's top-down authority. This is inherently oppressive by design. You can't get around it if you're doing a top-down system. And it cannot resist corruption over any reasonable length of time. Eventually, one bad apple will get in. Time, entropy demand that this will happen. And once one bad apple is in, there is no
Welcome
way
in,
to
Mrs. D.
correct that system. So that bad apple will select more bad apples to join them until the entire tree is full of rotten fruit, collapsing it into an authoritarian or communist system.
Now again, notice that like I've already like completely disarmed this whole thing of like authoritarian, oppressive, and all this kind of shit by saying this is aristocratic National Socialism. This is not Nazism. You know what I mean? This is not fear of principle. This is not like a dictator and all this kind of stuff. This has the exact same structure as the American system. So the reason why you phrase it like that is like any calls for like this is authoritarian, this is oppression, all this kind of stuff. It's like, oh, so the current American system is oppressive and authoritarian, is it? You know what I mean? And it completely just disarms that critique. And notice he spent, a minute and a half talking about authoritarianism and all this kind of shit. And I'm saying, is America authoritarian? Because this is the exact same system that America has. I'm not changing anything in terms of the government structure.
Particularly good examples lie in the National Socialist Germany, which our leprechaun here has decried as not what his system is, even though he failed to provide any real delineation between his system and that system, except for maybe the racial application of it.
Never mentioned race. I did critique the Germans for being like ultra nationalist to the point where it's like racial mysticism and all this stuff. But I spent time outlining the government structure. And I think that's why it's a key thing that I put the voting in and the government structure in, because because like I said, I was kind of saying, if that does come up, I want to make sure that I outline that this actually maps onto the current American system. But like I said, I think I spent too much time on that, and just to simplify that down, saying you could have the same governance structure that America currently has. This is just an economic system. You know what I mean?
A recent example is Venezuela, which we have only just rescued from the trappings of its National Socialist system, or countries that have collapsed into communism, like China, the USSR, North Korea. The options on that one are pretty much limitless. You always see that happen. All these countries fail one of the key pillars of a governing body. They need to be long-term, stable, and reliable. If you can't provide that as a government, your society will fail. The next failing of National Socialism is its inability to balance itself. Those rotting apples I talked about earlier each rotting branch will soak up more and more of the tree's resources to keep its cancerous fruits alive. To buttress one failing system, the National Socialists will have to steal from 3 others, causing it to hang decrepit and emaciated. Like, you can see this today in Europe with their military. It's pathetic. It's lame. The British Navy can't even get out of port half the time. Or you can see it in their immigration policy. It's awful and it's destructive and it's clearly bad for Europe, but they have to keep doing it. Why? To support their dying healthcare system and their aged out entitlement programs, which are just unsustainable under a National Socialist format of regime. Or, sorry, not format of regime, but these are National Socialist styles of policy. The added authoritarian load on top of a top.
So notice, like, this whole thing of like, oh, like, these are National Socialists. Like, no, these are liberal democracies. These are liberal democracies, comrade. And then he has to go back to authoritarian. He's already struggling because, like, he's prepped for like authoritarian Nazi Germany and all this kind of shit. And I've said right from the get-go, let me be crystal clear, this is not Nazism. This is not authoritarian, Führer principle, dictator, and all this kind of shit. This is the current American governance system that you can just map on an economic system to. You know what I mean? You have the vast array of all the markets are still capitalist. It's just these few particular areas that need to be nationalized. Otherwise, you're leaving yourself open to subversion, the foreign enemies coming in and fucking up your whole system.
Down system is inherently more costly than an uncontrolled system. That is just definitionally true. If you have to put in effort to make a system, that is going to cost more than to just not have a system. This cost in the long term will always be outcompeted by a free system like the USA has done with Germany and the USA has done with basically any other country to ever exist.
And look at the smile. Look at the smile on my face. Let me know that you hear me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, this dude has just went full face first into like the plan. The plan, comrades. The plan. You know what I'm saying? Look at that beautiful smile. Look at that beautiful leprechaun smile, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, bro, the vast majority of day-to-day services is still capitalist.
And has done so repeatedly. The only way for a National Socialist country to exist long-term is either to oppress its own people, to oppress other people, or to exploit other people, as our leprechaun here has well said with Nazi Germany as well. Again, Germans and the Russians have done this by oppressing their own people and other peoples, by starting these offensive wars to conquer lands, to steal resources, to buttress their dying social systems because they're out destroying their own people to try and maintain this top-down enforcement. And you can see it today, most notably in Europe's exploitation of the goodwill of America, using our defense budget so that they can kill their own defense budgets in pursuit of protecting these entitlement programs that are clearly failing at every turn. Any example that the leprechaun presents to the contrary to these facts will be just like the pot of gold at the end of his rainbow. It'll be a fantasy at best and a cruel deception at worst. It will come riddled with caveats, held up on conditional struts, and most likely a smoke and mirror rebranding of non.
And this is the whole poisoning the well. So it's the fact that he's doing fallacies in his opening statement. Oh, bro, I'm eating this shit up. I'm trying to stop myself from smiling. You know what I mean? Like full blown, like full teeth showing, like Cheshire Cat kind of like type smile. Because this dude is fucked.
National socialist systems. I expect that the Leprechaun will try to equivocate declaring military defense as a national socialist interest, which is incorrect. Every tribe and nation from the dawn of time has had a military force, long before National Socialism existed as a concept. Even if you try and apply presentism to the old world militaries, those weren't National Socialist institutions either. Old world militaries were almost exclusively privately funded, not for the benefit of the state or the benefit of the people, but for the benefit of the generals of the people that raised those militaries. Officers were nobles selected for their position in society. They were the aristocracy. And they were not selected because the aristocracy was competent. They were selected because the aristocracy was in charge. They were the leading arm of that system. They were the end of a long line of corruption that National Socialist policies would produce in the end. Roman generals were wealthy landowners. There was no business and state collusion per se. There was wealthy families pursuing their own interests, whether or not it benefited or hurt the nation. And you can see the same with borders. Outside of select examples like, say, the Great Wall of China, nations didn't have hard lines with fences protecting them. They didn't have guard towers. They didn't have regular militias stalking these choke points. Excuse me. And they weren't National Socialist in nature. They weren't businesses colluding with the state for the interests of the people. They weren't selected upon some aristocratic sense of the greater good to society. They were selected upon this guy was rich, his grandfather was rich before him, his great-grandfather owned this land before him and was also rich, and so they get the charge. And that is what all corrupt systems devolve into, and that is what any National Socialist system will devolve into. So if we apply presentism to these old ancient systems, maybe they are National Socialists, but they're not National Socialists in any way we would describe as good. There's a reason why we moved away from feudal systems. There's a reason why we moved away from tribal systems to democratic societies, to societies that we have today, and of course to the greatest society in the world, America.
Notice again, like he's conflating like the government structure, like the structure of how the government like decrees power and all this kind of shit, versus the economic policies. Okay, and this is something that people like fundamentally don't understand. Like when you're talking about a feudal system versus democracy and all this kind of shit, like you're talking about like what is the structure or the form that the government takes. When you're talking about National Socialism, you're talking about what are the economic policies? What is the guiding principle behind the economic policies that whatever government you put in place takes? So, for example, you can have a democracy that's National Socialism. You can have a monarchy that's National Socialism. You can have a dictatorship, which would mirror a lot with the monarchy in terms of the National Socialism. You can have an oligarchy that implores National Socialism, etc., etc. You know what I mean? The form the government takes and the economic policies that government takes are two completely different things. You know what I mean? Which a lot of people don't understand. And also Shantae as well. Shout out to Shantae. And you know, folks, if you want to open up the panel and give your live feedback, I can post the panel link and all that stuff if we hit the goal of $50. Okay?
Again, we can apply this to justice in a more modern context, moving away from the ancient world and back to today. Justice dispensed by a jury of your peers is the cornerstone of Western society, and a jury of your peers is not a top-down authority.
And look at the smile. Look at the smile on your face. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, oh my God, this dude thinks democracy is a good idea. Oh my fucking God. You know what I mean? Like this whole aspect of like the democratic system. Like, should we encourage incompetent people to vote? No. Why would you want incompetent people to vote? You know what I mean? Because it stands against reason.
Authoritarian enforced system. In fact, one of the worst things you can have in a court of law is a single judge with absolute power able to decide whatever he wants. Because anytime you see a court case decided by a single judge that has absolute authority, that was selected supposedly on his aristocratic merit-based system, we hear nothing but all of these atrocious stories coming out of places like California, with kids being taken away from their parents because the parents won't affirm their identity, and other atrocious things destroying our society. Things trying, courts blocking Trump with a sign of a pen, no court, no jury, just these merit-selected judges, supposedly, of course, merit-selected judges. I could go on with crooked judges for a long time. We have no shortage of court cases in our modern day, but I'm running out of time. So now we can go on to infrastructure. Back in the early to mid 1900s, infrastructure was built privately. You had a man that wanted to build a steel factory, he wanted to build a skyscraper, he wanted to build any number of buildings. And what did he do? He took out a loan, or he used his wealth, he acquired his capital, and he built the building. And they were magnificent, they were beautiful, they were works of art and architecture that have lasted hundreds of years. Many of them have been cemented as historical artifacts, too beautiful and too important to our history to remove. What do we have today? After decades of building regulations, these top-downs, National Socialists, the interest of the people say we must restrict you in how you build your buildings. Why? Because, you know, we have to do this environmental impact study and see if your skyscraper will harm this shrub by putting it in too much shade for an hour or so. So it's turned into this modernist, postmodernist, brutalist style of dull, bland, gray, soulless, offensive to God and beauty buildings. So even at the infrastructural level, things have gone downhill. Our power lines are falling behind, not moving ahead. The general electrical output of Europe is struggling to live without evil communist Russian oil. Why? Because their top-down, nationally directed energy programs have been a complete failure because they've restricted to the expert opinions of what energy we should be moving to. I could go on with every other system we have here in the world. Education, America used to be leading in the world, and then the Department of Education appeared, and now we struggle to do the same things we did 40 years ago. Not because anything has changed, or not because the people have changed, but because the system has become a top-down managed system, a authoritarian, a national socialist system. Financial systems, military technology, agriculture, cybersecurity, scientific research, even the police, there are countless examples of how we can go into a national socialist system becomes worse and worse. And I yield back my negative seconds.
Thank you for that opening statement. That's going to wrap up opening statements, and we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes for each debater to directly respond to their opponent's opening. There's no interjections yet because this is uninterrupted rebuttals, and then after we'll have the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Teriak. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So to see what I said, chat, like as soon as they hear the word socialism, they're like, "Oh my god, such a great, such a bad idea," all this kind of stuff. But like I kept saying, like it's a limiting principle to the nation. Environmentalism, like this whole globalism, environmentalism, that's not National Socialism. And like I said from the very beginning, this is not Nazism. So the fact they brought up Germany is basically showing me that he doesn't really have much in the tank, because Germany was fascist National Socialism, not aristocratic. And then he went on to complain about this is going to end up authoritarian, but the governance structure I listed was a House of Representatives, a National Senate, a strong but limited presidency, and an independent judiciary and federalism, which is what America's current system is. So I guess he thinks that America's current system is authoritarian. But anyways, to get back to my opening, key supporting policy. So you'd need targeted tariffs and trade, so smart limited tariffs to protect strategic industries like steel, technology, the automobile industry, farming, from unfair foreign competition, especially from subsidized or slave labor economies. So what happens when you have these global capitalists that are using China as slave labor, and then they basically pump all these products into your economy and undermine your own economy? National preference and supply chain security. Domestic companies get priority on government contracts. Critical goods, medicine, microchips, and military parts must have a minimum domestic production requirements. You should not be producing your semiconductors in Taiwan. You should be producing them in the heartland of America, baby. And then anti-monopoly enforcement, so break up or regulate cartels that threaten competition or national interest. And then foreign ownership restrictions, heavy limits on foreign control land, media, and key industries. So again, like think about the amount of land China owns, think about all the stuff they say about the Jews running the media and key industries as well. You cannot have them as globalist. Why this system is superior against regular socialism and communism, which is what my opponent outlined. We reject total government ownership. By strictly limiting socialization to national security and backbone needs, we preserve private property, profit incentives, innovation, and individual freedom.
against uncontrolled global capitalism, which is why you see all these open trade or free trade policies and all that stuff, and this mass immigration into America. This is from the global capitalists. This is why I started my statement by saying we understand that communism is a delusion, but we don't merit Marx in terms of the critiques, the valid critiques he has about capitalism. We prevent corporations and international finance from hollowing out our industries, offshoring jobs, and eroding sovereignty for profit. Nations protected, not treated as a mere shopping mall. Against pure democracy, we correct the flaws of mass voting by requiring competence and skin in the game. Aristocratic National Socialism creates ordered freedom, a dynamic, innovative private economy guided by competent leadership and protected by strong national institutions. It builds a secure, cohesive, prosperous, and sovereign nation focused on long-term flourishing of its people. This is a practical, reason-based third way, realistic about human nature and the challenges of the modern world. So again, the critique study that's going to happen is this: we mentioned socialism bad, and to avoid that in the debate, another way to define this political philosophy would be aristocratic national republicanism. Because like I said, the key industries that I mentioned there, you don't want, for example, China and Russia doing business with Lockheed Martin, getting the latest military tech and weaponry from Lockheed Martin. So that industry has to be nationalized. Core infrastructure and energy, that industry has to be nationalized. You don't want China having control over your energy supplies or your core infrastructure. Education as well. We've already seen how bad the third level education has been in America because of foreign influence. These gender study course and all this kind of stuff. And again, food security and agriculture. You don't want China buying up all your farmland and then sending you into a famine. So with that, I thank you and I look forward to your questions and the debate.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal.
Let me just catch up on chat real quick. Shante says, I keep thinking past Tarek is talking to me. That's the way I like it, Shante. I like to keep you on your toes, okay? You know what I mean? Got to keep you motherfuckers on your toes. Is that because of me, Yak? No, it's like a group effort, Abe. Like I said, I throw ideas out there to see what way people talk. Like JS as well had an issue with the name socialism, and that's why I had the aristocratic national republicanism in the back pocket as well. Because in terms of right wingers, as soon as they hear socialism, they're like, oh fuck, socialism bad, all this kind of shit. So it's another way to think about it is republicanism. You know what I mean? Because when you're talking about socialism, just socialism, you're talking about that stage before you get to the communist utopia. Your end goal is still total state control, and then from there you can dissolve the state apparently and go into the utopia. Whereas if you have the strict limiting principle around the nation, then you never get to communism. You know what I mean? That's why the communists and the socialists will call National Socialism far right, because the vast majority of industry, services, all this kind of stuff, like your restaurants, bars, hairdressers, small infrastructure, all this kind of stuff, that all remains entertainment, tech startups, all this kind of shit. All that remains fully capitalistic. It's just these key areas like warfare, like big infrastructure, like energy and education, all this stuff. They have to be nationalized. They have to be socialized. Do you know what I mean? But it's a group effort. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's why I love kind of doing especially for Robo Combat and all this stuff. I'm able to throw these ideas out there and say, okay, people think that it's actually this and all this kind of stuff. So then I can use that to anticipate what my opponent is going to be doing as well. Every time he says chat, I think he's saying something in current time. Like I said, I like to keep you guessing, Shante. You know what I mean? I'm out here working in the fields like Pepe. You know what I mean? And also welcome in, salutes to El Presidente. But let's see what my opponent says.
And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Political Shankfest. Political Shankfest, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Awesome. Love to be here. I'm having a great amount of fun so far. So the first thing I would like to address is, obviously, I spoke my opening statement second, and that was not my rebuttal. This is my rebuttal to your opening statement now. So the first thing off is you complain that I, again, related it back to Nazism or the Germans of the 1940s. And you clearly said that it's not Nazism, but you haven't really delineated how still. You've said it's not racial. You said it's not a complete control, but then everything that you've described about your system can only lead in one direction. Once it starts becoming state controlled, it doesn't become less state controlled over time. It can only...
And again, I don't know if he's trying to muddy the waters or poison the well here, but I've basically outlined that there's strict that like only these areas need to be socialized. Everything else is fully capitalistic. And in terms of the structure of the government, it's the exact same thing that America currently has. And that's why I kept saying, it's like, this is like an ironclad argument. I genuinely cannot see a valid critique to this argument, because otherwise, like, you're arguing against that these certain industries, no, they should be fully capitalistic. So why would you want Lockheed Martin selling to China and Russia? You know what I mean? So having that like strict limiting principle around the nation, kind of, it's basically like the perfect solution. And like I said, having the form of governance that like America currently has, then negates the whole authoritarian and all this kind of shit. So this dude's basically been blown out of the water. You know what I'm saying? Who is Abe? Good question, comrade. Good question. But make sure you go to Abe's channel, give him a like and a sub as well. Help the boys get the 2K. You know, I want to see Abe do a 24-hour stream. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Continue to become more state controlled. And that's the main issue. This is the slippery slope that all communist utopias run down, is that they are just going to interfere a little bit, just clear up this one issue, and then it never goes away. And then 50 years, it expands.
He's got nothing.
And that's the slow death of a country. And that has actually been the slow poison of America for the last 50 some odd years that we are trying to now reel back away from. Now, you also said that it's aristocratic. And that's the same thing all these other same failed states that you try and run away from said. They said that the communists decried that they were selecting the best people for the best job, to each man according to his ability, so that each person was getting what they needed so that they could do the job the best they can, and that they were selecting the best scientists in the world to do the right things. But what ended up actually happening? Sure, maybe early on you got some good scientists, but then the bad apples came in. And what did the bad apples want? Did they want good scientists that would show them up? Did they want good military personnel that would show them up? No, they wanted cronies. Cronies that would do what they say. Cronies that would give them more power. And so, again, down this line we go, where corruption begets corruption and it kills the system. As soon as the government interferes and meddles in the affairs, it's only downhill from there. You talked about limiting.
And again, no, it's like you could say, well, crony capitalism exists. So should we do away with capitalism? Like, any system that you put forward can be corrupted. I mean, the whole like human error aspect. That doesn't mean that the system itself is inherently corrupt, you know? And like, a good way of kind of exposing that is this whole thing of like, well, if a capitalist goes out and murders a bunch of people, does that mean capitalism's wrong or capitalism's bad? No. You know?
Suffrage to people that can prove that they're valuable citizens to society. Another issue that I have with everything that you said is you call a lot of things a national socialist policy that aren't national socialist policies. That's just good citizenship. That's just good policy in general. That's the way.
Oh, that's just good. Look at my face. Look at my face. Look at this face. This face. Oh, so these are good policies. So you seem to agree with what I'm saying. Interesting, comrade. Interesting.
The United States was from its inception. Are you saying the United States was founded as a national socialist country 150 years prior to the invention of National Socialism? That's the same thing as I said earlier. If you're talking about it, the Romans were National Socialists because the generals were private people and supposedly they were aristocratically selected. So just because something exists and is national in nature does not make it necessarily a national socialist policy. That would be like me just calling it a Republican policy because, well, it's representative. So again, these are word games that you're playing, not in your own favor as you might think they are. It's actually against your favor because you're just changing around words. That's not real communism. That's not real socialism. This is my actual national socialist policy, aristocratic republicanism. It's just a title to make things sound better, but the end result's the same. As soon as you meddle in these affairs, you go downhill as a country. Yes, some of them are good, but these are the ones that are not really national socialists in their own nature. Because another great thing that you brought up is national socialists have the best interests in the country. What most countries are incapable of doing is deciding a time frame for the best interest of their citizens. I would argue that, yes, this European energy policy is in fact national socialist. It's a national interest. It's controlled at a national level, directed by supposed experts. But what time frame are they caring about? Are they caring about today when people freeze to death? Tomorrow when people have to go without their lights on because they can't get oil or energy? No, they're caring about 150 years from now when they're all replaced by Pakistanis and Indians, so that they have green energy and solar panels aplenty and windmills aplenty for them to live off of. They can't solve the time frame issue, and so their country will die. A capitalist system will simply let people build power when power is needed. Obviously, a capitalist is going to want the best source of power because that's the best profit motive.
And also, he mentioned like all that this importing all these Indians, but what's stopping a capitalist who has no limiting principle of the nation just say, well, I just want to increase my profit, so I'm just going to import in this mass immigration, this cheap labor, and make more profit rather than paying the natives, the actual nationalists, paying them an actual like decent wage. See what I'm saying?
A national socialist system is incompatible with a profit motive.
Also, welcome in, Abe. Thank you very kindly for becoming a member. Enjoy the emoji, sir.
By nature, because a government contract, which would fund all of these national socialist policies, is incompatible with a profit margin. You can see that in any system we have today here in America. Again, the systems that are bad about America. In American military contracting, a bag of washers costs $10,000. Is that because it's a national socialist interest? No, that's because it's a government contract, which is corrupting the system, which is allowing these bad negative aspects. It's hyper abusable. And then also, just to finish up, I thought when you said about China and them stealing our secrets, tariffs obviously are good. That's not national socialist either. But it made me think of a Chinesium F-35, which is just hysterical to think of. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal.
So again, like, notice he agrees with all what I'm saying. You know what I mean? The only thing he seems to disagree with is the title, which I was like, if that's really your only concern, then fuck it. Let's call it aristocratic national republicanism. I really don't give a fuck. I'm talking about the philosophy, the underlying meaning of what needs to be done and what should be done. You know what I mean? So he's basically just kind of saying, oh, you said socialism, and I'm going to point to like all these countries that tried to become communists and say, oh, socialism bad. But it's like, okay, fuck it then. We'll call it aristocratic national republicanism. What's your issue there? Oh, now you're playing word games. Okay, well, let's actually delve deep into what is your issues with these certain areas that need to be nationalized or socialized, depending on what word you want to use. I don't really give a fuck. You know what I mean? And it doesn't seem like he has an issue. He just basically says, well, it could be corrupt. Well, so could capitalism. What's the actual critique here? He ain't got much.
That's going to wrap up the rebuttals. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open floor, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters, okay? Their links are in the description. And also, we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you. And also a reminder for the live chat. After the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. The Q&A is already up there for you, but the Super Chats, PayPals, Rumble Rants, and Cash Apps, these will take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free questions. So if you have something you really want answered or really want to say, send it through one of those options and we'll make sure it gets read. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start this open floor exchange, go ahead and jump in and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So I'm going to let this run for about like 5-10 minutes because if memory serves, it's like this whole thing of like trying to get him to recognize like the limiting principle. You know what I mean? I'm feeling individuated right now. I don't even know what that means, Shante, but good. But good, okay? And also make sure you go over and you like the stream if you haven't already. You know what I'm saying? Give Speakeasy some love.
So the first
So
thing
we
I'd
can
like to
start
say,
with
I'd like to
the
pin down
aspect
more
of
on
like
what
this
National
kind of like
Socialism is.
power kind of like aspect you're saying, where it's like, oh, it's just going to naturally devolve into, you know, Nazism, all this kind of stuff. Like the formation of like the power structure in Nazism was based on the Führer principle, which is like one totalitarian leader. Whereas this is why I listed off the basically the same form of governments that America has today: House of Representatives, National Senate, strong but limited presidency, and then an independent judiciary. So these mechanisms, these are the checks and balances. That's why
Do
it's
you
not
think
fascist.
Nazi Germany had no
aristocratic.
House of Representatives?
Do they have the same? Do they did they have the
same?
same? Did they have the same structure as America does today? Because what I'm outlining is the same structure that America has today.
They had a comparable structure to what America has today.
They did not have
America
one
today
all-powerful
doesn't
leader.
have what America had.
They
50,
did not have
sorry,
one
100
all-powerful
years
leader.
ago. Sorry, what was that?
They did not have one all-powerful leader.
You're
Or America
saying Trump
does not have
a
one
single
all-powerful leader.
all-powerful leader.
Yeah,
He
the
declares war
judiciary,
without
the
any-
judiciary can overrule.
They
president.
certainly tried. How far have they gotten on that front? There's many famous cases where presidents have ignored the Supreme Court of the land and just done it anyways. There's a famous quote saying the
Yeah.
Supreme
So
Court
are you
has made a
saying
ruling and now
that
let them enforce
America's
it.
current structure is authoritarian?
No, you're saying it's National Socialist.
No, you're the
I'm
one that's saying
saying-
that, like, if because again, National Socialism is the economic policy, the aristocratic is the actual form that it takes, like the power structure. So you're saying like the power structure is inherently corrupt because all it takes is a couple of bad apples or a bad apple to get in, and then all of a sudden he just gets cronyism, all this kind of shit.
No, the American
But in
system
America's
is better
current
than a
system-
National Socialist system because it's inherently built against allowing corruption in. It's inherently built not against.
Okay, how would you
having
define
national interests
America's
aligned
current
with the
structure of government?
representative republic?
Yeah. So again, like that's just saying that we have a constitution.
Yes.
Like
Germany
in terms of the
also
actual
had-
power
Germany
structure,
also
do you
had
think
an
that
actual
America's
House
one
of
sec? Do you think that
Representatives. They had
America's
a
power
system
structure is
administrative.
fascist, or do you think that it's aristocratic with checks and balances?
It's democratic.
Again, that does not
Yeah,
describe the form of governments.
We vote en masse in America. We do not vote based on this person contributes more. and they
Not
get
what
more
I'm. It's
votes.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the structure of the government.
The structure of the government is entirely based on the masses.
Aristocratic.
No, aristocratic is not voted on. Aristocratic is the cream rises to the top. The capitalist system is aristocratic. Successful capitalists rise to the top.
Okay. Okay, so it seems like you're getting bogged down in the economic. So in terms of, like I said, the whole like structure of the government does not need to change. When Adolf took power, he had to reformulate the whole structure of the government and then do the whole Führer principles, where he had to take ultimate authority and all this kind of shit. Was ultra authoritarian, ultra nationalistic as well, where it's like they didn't want any immigrants whatsoever, and it was kind of built in this kind of racial mysticism and all this kind of shit, the whole like Aryan kind of mythos and all this kind of shit, right? But in terms of like the capitalist system, you do realize that like the vast majority of day-to-day life is still fully capitalistic, it's still private property.
Of day-to-day life today or day-to-day life in Nazi Germany?
Day-to-day in terms of the system that I'm proposing.
Yeah, my problem is not that you say it's day-to-day, it's going to be the same day-to-day. My problem is that you say that, but I dispute the fact whether or not it actually will be. I don't think it's going to be the
shops,
same day-to-day.
factories, restaurants, tech startups, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing are all fully capitalistic.
Okay, saying that it's fully capitalistic and it actually ending up being fully capitalistic are two different points. Venezuela said it's just going to nationalize oil and everything else is going to stay the same. And then that fails.
Yeah, so
what do they have to do? They have to
can you explain
government
how
control to the next step.
the government taking control of restaurants is of national interest?
Because when food lines start collapsing and they have to enforce price controls, that's them taking control of restaurants.
Of restaurants.
As the system becomes authoritarian, that forces the authoritarian regime to enforce more control, and it spirals. That's the death spiral of a authoritarian system.
Yeah, so you realize that like any system, someone could just turn around and say, well, that'll become authoritarian, and then that's a shit system. Like, you're not really presenting a valid critique. Like,
Well,
is there another
compare
one sec,
this
is there
against
another
all of
form of government that you would put forward, saying no, this is clearly better?
Well, the question is not what is the best form of government. The question is whether or not National Socialism is a superior form of government.
Yeah,
You've taken the affirmative. You have to prove that
So,
claim. All I have
yeah,
to prove that it's
which I
not.
did. I outlined the form of government.
Yes,
that
and I
is clearly
outlined
superior.
every parallel to that government has been a colossal failure. So, like for instance,
So
you
what-
talked quite a bit about
What is a
Europe.
better system? Because you keep saying
I don't have
capitalism,
to. I don't
but
have
like,
to.
are you
say any
saying
system being
unbounded
better.
capitalism?
You've taken the
Like,
affirmative of it.
are you-
is
are you-
better. You have to.
Are you
prove
saying that
yours better
global
compared to
capitalism
all
would be
others.
better?
What would be better?
Are you saying that global capitalism would be better?
Nope. I don't have to prove whether or not global capitalism would be better. I have to prove that National Socialism is inferior.
But you're
And it
not
sounds
proving
a lot
that
like
it's
what you're
inferior.
trying to fight for.
Because
Is
all you're
actually
really doing is
all
saying, oh, it's going to end up an authoritarian, ergo it's bad. That's all you're really saying.
historically it has. Can you point out one system that became National Socialist in any aspect and did not become more and more National Socialist until it collapsed?
Yeah, one could
Free
argue that like the current
USSR.
structure it takes, although no one wants to say the actual name of it, like that in terms of like America, for example, the example you keep using, but you can't really define what America is. That, like I said,
Is
I outlined
America
the key industries that
today-
need to be nationalized. So, for example, like Lockheed Martin, they produce all the weaponry and the tech for your military. Do you want them to be able to sell to China and Russia freely the latest tech equipment, the latest weaponry?
Again, you
The answer is
tell
no.
me how that is a National Socialist
Yeah,
position.
Because
That's-
if you go,
that's
yeah,
military policy. That's policy that we've had
if
for
you
thousands
do,
of years.
yeah, it's
All
policy
countries
set
have a policy of
forth
not
by the
selling
government. Yeah,
military
One
secrets.
sec,
because
boys.
of
One at
national
a
security.
time, or else the chat can't hear what you guys are saying.
All countries
Yes.
have had a policy to not sell their military secrets to another nation. When black
Yes,
powder was
be-
invented, it
why?
was a guarded secret. That's
Why?
not National Socialist, is the point.
Why do they not sell to enemies?
For military advantage.
For national security.
Yeah,
Because
strategic
if you're a global capitalist,
over
if you're a
advantage.
global capitalist, there's nothing stopping Lockheed Martin from selling the latest tech and military to China and Russia. You see
Yeah,
the
I'm
flaw
not
with capitalism now?
advocating for global capitalism. I would advocate personally for an isolationist system, which apparently for you goes like into this whole thing of, you know, no immigrants at all is bad, even though all you've talked about is how everything involving foreigners is bad. China's bad, North Korea's bad, Russia's bad, immigration for the most part.
Yeah, Americans should-
Somehow racial
um,
purity is not the thing that you're going for, but every time you talk about any other foreign nation, it's in a negative light. So why would we import Chinese people, import Russians, import foreigners if we wouldn't do trade with them? If we don't,
Yeah, so
trust
again,
them,
that
our
stands
secrets
to
are our military
nationalism
secrets, why would we
being the
trust them
limiting
with our military?
principle to the socialism. There needs to be certain industries that you agree they need to be government controlled. Otherwise, if Lockheed Martin selling to China and Russia, in terms of the immigration as well, it's a merit-based one. So, like this whole thing of like brain
There's a
drain that
difference
happens in
between
countries, where all
government
the
limiting
brightest,
private business
all
and
the
government
brightest
controlling
and
private
best
business.
students, they go abroad, they emigrate out of the country, and then the country's left like as a shithole because there's like literally all that's left is the low IQ individuals.
There's a difference between a government limiting industry or a business and a government controlling an industry or a business. A government controlling an industry or business controls it in its majority. Limiting something, saying that you can't do A or B, is completely different from saying there's a government official
Means you have
of
control.
the party that is going to tell you what your projects are going to be, who you're going to do business to, what you're going to produce, when you're going to produce it, how much you're going to produce, who your suppliers are going to be. This is complete delineation between control, and every system
Okay.
has some sort of limitation. I'm not talking
So,
about unbridled
let-
anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, but like see the way like this whole thing of like government should be able to limit. Okay, so government has the whole regulation thing, all this stuff. Also, have a good night, Jack. Enjoy the sleep, my sir. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, he said right there he had to prove it's not, but he didn't think he had to prove better. Makes no sense. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like just by saying, oh well, like that system can be corrupted is not a valid critique. And that's why I say like the whole master plan here was that like I've basically just like mirrored the American system and said, if you just change your economic policy to National Socialism with a strict line in the sand, you're saying these key industries, the government needs to have final say. You know what I mean? It needs to be government controlled. What's the argument against it? And there isn't one. Other than, oh well, it'll just devolve down to authoritarianism. Okay, so America's current system is going to devolve down to authoritarianism. Is that what we're saying? I don't think so, because like I mentioned there, like there was like checks and balances and all this kind of stuff in it. Equally, in terms of the strict limiting principle, like for example, this was kind of like briefly mentioned, I think, in the rebuttal, but not necessarily in terms of like I probably could have drilled down more so on this, like this whole like welfare state that you see. I strictly avoid that in terms of the National Socialism, where it's like I didn't mention any social safety nets or anything like that. Like this whole welfare state that you've seen, that's a huge problem in terms of the current system, which again, there's no limiting principle behind this, what we're currently doing. There's no like strict line in the sand. Whereas the Democrats will just say, oh, well, like we'll give you more free shit. We'll give you more dole money. You know what I mean? To vote for us. We'll give you a better welfare state. That doesn't exist in my system. You know what I mean? And that's where like this whole kind of unchecked or like limitless liberalism, or modern liberalism, if you want to call it that. Like they have no issue just to keep power. They'll promise more welfare goodies and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the whole like welfare state that we see in modern day, that gets cut. We ain't fucking incentivizing and paying for freeloaders. You know what I mean? So again, like the whole kind of like aspect here, like this dude's been cooked straight off the bat, and that's why it's like if you're able to get your the key kind of like main elements of the argument, and like you've seen there, like you can generate it through AI, so you make sure that you're sounding sophisticated or whatever. But with your key kind of like arguments kind of put in place, it's like this whole thing of like, okay, authoritarian. Are you calling the current American system authoritarian? Because I haven't changed like the form of governments here. All I'm really doing is just putting in place a better economic policy. Again, he has yet to say, like he tried to mention, say, oh well, like the government will take over the restaurants. Like, no, they won't. In terms of like the actual producing of the food and all this kind of shit. Like, yeah, there's certain aspects in terms of like regulations, all the stuff the government needs to do to prevent the likes of China or Russia buying up all their farmland and then putting you into a famine. But other than that, the restaurants operate off capitalism, baby.
Let me run down through it. So, like in terms of national defense, military technology, we agree that should be public. The core infrastructure and energy, we agree that should be public. Education should be public. Like in terms of control,
Public
final
as in-
say. Yeah,
As
final
in
say.
the government gets the final say.
Yes. Money,
No.
finance, and banking, that should be public.
No. Lockheed
Okay, so-
Martin should be free to develop whatever weapons they want to develop. That's
Yeah, and
Lockheed
sell to China.
Martin as a private industry doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they're a private company
No.
now. They're allowed to sell to China
Being allowed
and Russia.
to- Having self-determination and having some limitation on that is different from being controlled. And this is again where you seem to
Yeah, final
sort of-
say rests with the government.
If I can limit what you can and can't do, who has final say? You know what I mean? But you could hear him kind of going, no. Like this whole thing of like trying to disagree, but when presented with the argument, he doesn't really have a counter argument. You know what I mean? Have a good one, Jack. But you could hear it from his voice. No, Teriak, no, please, no.
Government.
If
So for
ICE
national, so you're saying you
if
want
government restricts one
just
single
to clarify,
right of an individual, does that
do
mean
you
the government
want
controls the
do you want
individual?
Lockheed Martin operating off a profit margin? Whatever gets them the most profit, because that's what capitalism is. Whatever gets them the most profit, they're going to sell.
That's how we won World War II.
But by your military companies selling to the Germans.
No, by our military companies selling to America for a profit margin. They came to
Yeah, no, but
Selling to America, the national principle. See, like the nation of America that American companies develop for the nation. You know what I mean?
to us
when
to
you
make
look at
control,
capitalism,
they said, "We
like
want you to
China and
use
Russia will
contract
pay more than the American government.
First of all, they couldn't even if they
Yeah.
wanted to. Military budget of the United States is greater than the rest of the world combined. Second of all,
So
again, putting a limitation.
can you answer the
on a
question?
company- There's a difference between telling a
can,
company.
can you
can't dump
answer the
lead-
question?
No, I am answering the question. There is a difference between telling a company it can't dump its lead acid batteries in the ocean and controlling the company entirely. Do you see the delineation here? Restrictions to some extent exist everywhere. That doesn't mean you control it.
Yeah, so in terms of like, I have final say over this whole marketplace, not just a particular company, but the whole marketplace, this industry. If I have final say over it, I have ultimate control over it.
Yeah, and I agree
Yes.
that the United States government should not have final control over anything.
Yeah, so you want anarcho-capitalism, which is globalist capitalism.
No. Some limitations is not the same as final.
The whole aspect of like, I don't want the American government to have a final say over anything. Okay, well then Lockheed Martin's going to start selling state secrets, all this like latest technology and weaponry to China. Do we want that? No. We want the government to have ultimate authority to say, Lockheed, you're not selling to China. You're not selling to any of our enemies.
Control,
Final say is control.
which they should not have. So I don't want them to.
Yes,
have
so
control. I
you want
them to be able
you
to
want
set
Lockheed Martin to be put
standard
private
boundaries which
and
have existed
operate
in
based on profit. So if China and Russia
the
pay more
government-
than the Americans, your own American company
Yes.
is going to give them the latest military tech and equipment.
And I could have like said this even from a better angle, saying it's like, not that they have to pay more, but that like they're willing to sell the technology and all this kind of stuff to China and Russia because that would generate them more capital. Do you want that to happen? No. Okay, well then the government has to have final say. The government has control.
If the government says that I can't shoot someone in the stomach, is that the government controlling me?
That's
Am I a
yeah,
slave
that's
to
the authority.
government under that
They
situation?
have authority because if you do shoot someone in the stomach, that means that you're going to jail or whatever punishment the
So,
government sees
By
fit.
your definition, I'm a slave to the government because the government
How?
controls me. I have
How?
no agency.
You're the one that's adding in the word
government has
slave.
ultimate control over me, then I'm not a free citizen.
Your government has
This is the whole my sovereign citizen, more rights, all this shit. Oh my god, man.
the authority. You do not have the authority.
To defend myself, yes, I do. I have a lot of authority. I have the most.
What are
agency
we
in my life
talking
out of
about?
Anyone else here? We're talking about you
So,
saying control is literally anything at all.
Yes, what I'm saying is the government has to
Like,
have
it-
final
it-
say over national defense and military technology, core infrastructure and energy, education, money, finance, banking, food security, and agriculture. Like, do you want China buying up all your farmland and then all of a sudden you go into a famine? How do you protect against that?
The same way I've said we would protect against it on the military side. Having simple guardrails in a society is not the same thing as it being controlled. By your definition, the government controls absolutely everything, and we already
Who sets the guardrails? Who enforces guardrails, comrade?
live in an authoritarian dictatorship because they, in the end, the government does have the final say on
Not a
every
dictatorship.
aspect of our lives.
When did I mention that I wanted a dictatorship?
I didn't say that's what you wanted. I said that's equivalent to what you're asking for now. You said that the government has
No,
final
you're the one that's
control
critiquing the
over
American
basically
system and
every
saying that the
aspect.
American system is ultra authoritarian. It's just
No,
like the
I'm
German
saying that
system.
did not say that at all. You said that
When you critique my position, when I clearly outlined that you have a House of Representatives, a National Senate, a judiciary, and a presidency,
and
You
I
are
simply
critiquing the
pointed out
American
that
system.
Germany had similar systems. This is a very common
No.
system of government that has existed.
they had the
all
Führer
over.
principle, which means Adolf had ultimate control. There was no one that could
Even
overrule
when
Adolf.
he was in ultimate control, they still had a chamber of commerce, or not chamber of commerce, sorry, a House of Representatives and a representative body. They still held elections.
Yeah, but could they overrule him? No,
they
there
did.
wasn't a constitution.
Historically,
They
they don't
could not
have a
overrule them,
constitution. It's
right?
not the
So,
same
for example, in the House of
constitution.
Representatives, if you
Saying
get
we
a
have-
2/3 majority, one sec, if you get a 2/3 majority in the House of Representatives, you're able to like essentially pass an amendment.
No,
Yes.
you're able to pass it through the House. You still have to pass it through the Senate. Or
When you have the checks and balances, right?
Yeah.
What do you think that means? Does that mean that the president has totalitarian control?
On the society?
Yeah, but does the president have totalitarian control if there's checks and balances from the houses and the judiciary?
No, but that does not mean that Nazi Germany did not have any type of representative body. It was a bad representative body.
There was no checks and balances. Correct?
Eventually, I believe for the most part, they signed away all of their duties to the.
And like this is where like I genuinely don't know if this dude is retarded or if he's just trying to obfuscate and like play dumb and all this kind of shit in terms of like because he doesn't want to lose the debate and all this kind of shit. But in America, if the Congress has 2/3 and the Senate have 2/3, like they can pass an amendment without and the president can't do shit about it. The House votes on its 2/3 majority, it goes up to the Senate then pass it. You basically get around the president. It is what it is.
The president, the Fuhrer, in that situation.
Yes.
Which we've
So there was
seen
no checks and balances.
happening today. More and more power is being centralized
there's
in the
no
office of the presidency,
checks and
which is a
balances,
bad
correct?
thing. What was that?
With the Fuhrer principle, there's no checks and balances, correct?
Yeah, that's a dictatorship at that
Yes,
point.
so fundamentally different to the system I outlined, which mirrors or copies the American current system.
Okay, and you understand that Germany went from a system like the American system to a system that you detest, correct? In just a few years. It went from having
So this
a
is not
representative body to
Nazism.
having
How many
zero.
times must I
I'm not
say
saying
this
it's
is not
Nazism. I'm
Nazism?
telling
This
you
is
that
not
you're saying
fascism. This is aristocratic.
I didn't say it was Nazism or fascism. I am simply showing you the parallels between you say
It's
it won't
fundamentally
happen,
different.
but historically it has always happened. It's like saying if you have sex.
Well, then America's going to end up that way anyway, right? Well, America's just going to end up in a dictatorship anyways, right?
The worse it gets, and that's the situation we've been getting into in America, which is actually bad. The more
Yeah.
national
So
socialism,
even the American system is not so even the American system is not preventative of what you're trying to the critique you're trying to outline, correct?
it is better than National Socialism.
National socialism isn't
Oh my god, man.
economic policies. That's got to do with the economy.
Let's throw
Yeah.
it back to the
So in
economic
terms of like this whole authoritarian rule, preventing authoritarian rule, the critique goes based both ways. It goes on my thing, but it also goes on the current American system.
Well, I don't have
So
to
it's
prove
an
that America's
invalid
is
critique.
the best. I have to prove that yours is not. All right, I
You
don't
have to
need
prove that
I
some
And what like his whole thing of like I just have to prove that yours is not. It's like no shit, but the critique that you're levying at my system is the same critique with the system that you apparently idolize with the whole American system and all this kind of shit. So the critique is invalid. It does not show that this is less superior than the current system that you're proposing, which is the American system. This is why it's key to mention the form of government in that way. That you have House of Representatives, Congress, Senate, presidency, the judiciary, which is the same format as the American system. So if you attack me on that system, I just show you that, well, America has the exact same system. You know what I mean? So if it defaults as equal, then you have to go down to the economic policies, to which you cannot argue against, because you wouldn't want, for example, Lockheed Martin operating off bottom line, saying, oh, we sell to China and we sell to Russia. And we sell to America. We sell to everybody. More profit, right? More customers. We sell to everybody. No, we need the government to step in and limit that. Oh, we want to limit it based on the nation so they can only sell it to the... Okay. Okay, buddy.
something else is better. And like I said, if you're to put forward the American system, alhamdulillah, habibi, because the governance structure is the exact same. You do not need to change the governance structure.
Okay, so if we don't need to change the government structure of America to have a system that you're proposing, why is it called National Socialism? Why isn't it just called the American Representative?
Because you socialized with the limiting principle, key terminology
America
here,
supposedly
limiting
already
principle.
does which America supposedly already
of
does. is that
of the
everything is
nation,
democracy.
and you prioritize or you develop policies to benefit the nation. So, for example, you have a bunch of Democrats now who want illegal immigrants to be able to vote. How is that beneficial to the nation? It's not.
And what does that have to do with any of the policy we've talked about so far? Democrats.
Yeah, because you keep getting caught up on the word socialism. And then you like point, there's like, well, environmentalism, and then you start pointing to like all these like globalist policies where it's like free trade, mass immigration, all this kind of shit, which is what National Socialism would be fundamentally against.
Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pin down what your actual views on what differentiates your ideal system from what systems we already have, because you gave it its own name, you gave it its own principles, and then you keep coming back to that. Well, it's just the American system. So if it's just the American system, why not just call
The
it a
form of governance. Yeah.
So again, the differentiation between the current American system economically and the proposed system is that this whole bullshit of the welfare state, that goes bye-bye. This whole thing of mass immigration, that goes bye-bye. This whole free trade thing, that goes bye-bye. All principles that he agrees with.
Because as you've demonstrated in this debate so far, you hear the word socialism, then you try to say, oh, well, it's communism and all this kind of shit, which it's not. And then you hear like National Socialism, and then you start comparing it to Germany, which it's not. It's aristocratic National Socialism, not fascist National Socialism. National Socialism is socialism with the limiting principle around the nation, meaning you don't go for communism, you limit the socialization to the nation, which is like you agree. You don't want Lockheed Martin just saying whoever pays us the most, that's who we're going to sell to. You want them to have a limiting principle saying we're only going to sell to the nation. We're only going to benefit our nation.
They don't just sell just to America, they sell to our allies as well.
Yes, allies to the nation. The limiting principle is nation.
Again, we've circled back to you've failed to distinguish any of this. All right, let's take a turn. Let's try and look at the economic policy more.
No, I've clearly distinguished how it's different from Nazi Germany, the commonalities of the form of governance that it currently has in America, and in terms of the economic policy of America, how it's critical these certain industries cannot merely just be capitalists; they have to be bound to the nation. So, but this is another thing you guys have to be able to deal with. It's like when your opponent is when your opponent's in this certain position, they're just going to be grasping at straws, using equivocation and all this kind of shit. You have to be you have to be strong in your conviction and like kind of like knowledge in terms of like saying like, no, you're wrong here. Like this is the key thing, and to be able to explain it multiple different ways and different aspects, because they're going to throw all sorts at you. Or like I said, the false accusation where it's like, you haven't delineated. It's like, no, I've pretty clearly delineated.
Closely. Because we keep coming back to this kind of government limitation system. Is that the critical point that you're on here? Government should be able to limit things if it's important?
National
governments do.
National defense. Oh, no. Because replacing the populace, like the mass immigration that you're seeing, the free trade policy that you were seeing before Trump got back in and done the whole tariffs thing, like that was clearly not benefiting the nation. Illegal immigrants voting in the elections, clearly not benefiting the nation. This environmentalism that you pointed out, which is a globalist movement, clearly not benefiting the nation.
Well,
the deindustrialization that you saw and like offshoring all the jobs over to China, not benefiting the nation.
Well, according to you, that was done by a merit-based aristocratic system. So
no,
how do we? Again, this comes back to the what timeline, because for that day,
it's fundamentally
it was good for them
opposed
to ship off stuff to China because it was
it's
cheaper
fundamentally
for that, but
opposed to
long-term
the
it
nation.
fails. What was that?
When you have globalists that come in, open up the border, do free trade with China, that's a detriment to the nation.
It was certainly good for some people. I know a lot of people got rich. I know we got a lot of free, cheap stuff.
To individuals, maybe, but to the nation, no.
Or not free, but dirt cheap stuff.
But to the nation, it was catastrophic.
Short-term, so what you're saying here is short term we had a benefit, and long term we've had a catastrophic failure.
Yes, in
Again,
terms of the
points out that
nation.
these government systems are terrible at long-term planning, and therefore they should mostly be kept out of it.
Because they do not have a limiting principle of the nation.
All governments have a limiting principle of the nation.
No, they
They've-
don't.
they-
No, they don't. What is a limiting principle?
You tell me.
You're the one that just used it.
You've been
What is it? You made the claim that
So
all
this is
governments
your
have the
fault.
limiting principle of nation. What is a limiting principle?
No, you're the one that's been making the claim on limiting principles all night long. It was in your.
You just made the claim, and you made it erroneously.
You
So
said
I'm
it
double
had
checking
this,
whether or not you understand what this means. What does limiting principle
said it
mean?
had this limiting principle. Name the limiting principles.
Nation. So what is a limiting principle?
You tell me. This is your claim that you're trying to defend.
So you don't know what a limiting principle is?
Sure. Let's say I don't know what a limiting principle.
No, not sure.
And don't let them get away with this. You know what I mean? Don't let them get away. Sure, yeah, and then they'll like after you define it, they'll say, "Yeah, that's what I meant." It's like, no, I want you to admit that you don't know, motherfucker.
I want you to be honest.
And I said, sure. Tell me what a limiting principle is.
Yeah, so you don't know what a limiting principle is. How hard is it to say I don't know?
Apparently pretty hard. Tell me what a limiting principle is. This is your position that this is the hill you're dying on is the limiting principle, so you need to define it.
You don't know what it means.
Are you gonna tell me or not?
Yeah, okay, so you clearly don't know what a limiting principle is. So I don't want to hear this. Oh yeah, of course I know what that is. A limiting principle means that like this is where your boundary is. That anything over this boundary automatically gets excluded. So if your limiting principle is the nation, you would not be a nationalist if you adopt a shit ton of environmental policies that would cripple your energy sector or your infrastructure or your nation.
So how is that?
So
limiting
these
principle
European governments
enforced by
are
law
not
other than
acting-
you say limiting
these
principle?
these European governments are not acting as nationalists, they're acting as globalists. You would not want free trade because then you can't protect your own industries. You would want tariffs. That would be another key indicator whether or not a nation is globalist or nationalist.
Okay. Nothing in that has distinguished, like, you can make an argument for all of these things that it's in the national interest to have green energy or to have cheap goods or to have access to all these cheap labor things. Like, how are
No,
you?
you want to
going
build up your
how are you
industry
going
as a
to
nation.
Clearly define in, like a constitutional format or some other actual limiting principle. Like, how are you going to word for word prevent this from becoming an issue for the society down the road? Like,
Yes,
you
so
can't just say limiting
tanking-
principle is the
tanking-
nation. And then
Yes.
just have that scribed on a
What
big
benefits
plaque
the
somewhere.
nation?
And then they'll
So
say, well,
arguments,
green
yeah,
energy
arguments would
benefits
say,
the
"Oh, we
nation."
should help out these
Green
villages in
energy
Africa, and we should help out like the world as a globe, right? We should benefit like all these other areas."
So you're
That's
saying
not
that the
nationalism.
government
The
should outlaw
key
charity?
thing is basing around the nation. So why,
So wait,
for
you
example,
think that
would you want to
government
put
should
all your
outlaw charity?
manufacturing bases in China
So you,
as
I want
as an
to go back to
American
the
nation?
concept that
Why would
said
you
that
put all your
should
manufacturing in China?
giving money to Africa? You think that the government should outlaw charity?
Can you deal with my question? Is that
I
a
asked-
nationalist
I asked you
policy
a
if you offshore all your jobs to China?
It depends on the specific national policy. We've received a
And then it depends. What's the context? All this kind of shit. Like simple questions that they avoid answering.
lot of
What
like, I'm not happy
the
with it.
fuck is
Long
going
term,
on?
it's been bad, but short term, it had huge gains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. And that's the problem with just having a slogan of national or limiting principle of nationalism.
You
Because
didn't even know what
how are you
limiting
going to
principle
decide
was.
Hmm?
Yes, clear benefits over long-term sustainability of the nation.
okay, and how does that actually flesh out? This is just like,
Do you want me to reread my opening statement?
I don't want you to reread your opening statement. I want you to be more specific because you're using a lot of
In
vague
what? In terms of what?
terms in terms of what this limiting principle nationally actually is going to flesh out into. We have a constitution with many articles and like
So
specific
offshoring
things that-
your manufacturing to China is not benefiting the nation.
so we can't buy foreign goods, period. 'Cause
No,
that
you
would
could,
be
but you tariff
offshore
the
manufacturing.
fuck out of them. You make sure that the foreign goods are always more expensive than the domestic goods.
Okay, so if there's a good that we don't make here in America, say like silk fabrics, because that's a really common thing to get in China, we just can't have silk fabrics in America because that would always be more
You
expensive.
could develop it yourself.
We would have to develop
And you would
artificial
be-
silk fabrics
and
that would
any-
cost thousands of dollars
and
per pound
any-
versus
Any
importing
American
Chinese
government,
natural goods.
sorry, any American business that operates in said product would have a clear competitive advantage.
All right,
Because
what
the
about
Chinese
coffee?
products
Coffee
would
beans aren't
be
grown in America.
tariffed.
So we're going to tariff coffee beans into the price of what I think Hawaii and Florida can grow coffee beans.
Yes,
So whatever it costs to buy a coffee bean and homegrown in
you
Florida,
protect your
and Hawaii,
own industries. Yes,
So coffee is going to be $100 a bag, because that's what you would have to tariff it at to make it compatible, competing.
sure.
with
Why
domestic-
not? You don't think that there's going to be innovation and there's going to be more business, more competition that goes into that area if the price goes that high?
Yeah, I think there's not going to be a ton of innovation in agriculture. We basically figured out farming. It's
Oh,
mostly a
it's
material.
just figured out.
We figured it out, boys. We figured it all out. There's going to be no more technological advancement in agriculture, even though this whole kind of like wave that's about to hit in terms of like robotics, AI, and all this kind of shit, automation, automated farming, and all this kind of stuff, that we're just on the precipice and about to see a massive wipeout of like all these jobs and all this kind of shit. We've already figured out agriculture, boys. There's no point of even trying. Or do you think people say, coffee beans at $100 a bag, I might actually try to look into the shit, see if I can give a cheaper alternative than what's currently being offered, and then compete with the current market and actually give a solution to people.
No.
issue.
Like this whole like robotics and AI, like that's not going to impact agriculture, make it a lot
So your
more efficient.
solution to not being able to grow coffee
Yeah.
beans in South America is to get thousands of tons of robots that consume thousands of tons of diesel to run a farm, and you think that's cheaper than putting some coffee beans on a boat
Okay.
and driving it north?
So
for-
we've completely lost the plot here. Like in terms of like how did we
No,
get
in
here?
terms of-
How did we get
we
here?
were-
What
we
was
were
the question
saying
you
to-
asked to get us down to this?
The question was, how are we going to deal with something like a limiting principle? You said we tariff everything, so that's just as
No.
cheap domestically. to
You
buy
asked me to
domestically as it is buy
define
foreign.
like how do we understand what is the limiting principle of nation, of nationalism?
You said that
And I just showed you want to protect your own industry, so you will tariff
yes.
like foreign farm products, which
And
makes
tariffing-
domestic products cheaper, which means
No, it doesn't make domestic products cheaper. It makes domestic products competing. It doesn't make them cheaper.
it will be cheaper.
No, it won't. It does not make it cheaper to grow a coffee bean in Florida if a coffee bean costs $100 from Cuba.
The price for the consumer will be cheaper. The domestic product will always be cheaper.
Compared to the foreign product, yes, but that does not
Yes.
make the domestic product or the consumer price cheaper. That's two different. things.
It will be cheaper than the farm product, correct?
Yeah, to buy domestically. it
Okay,
will
now
be
we
cheaper than
understand you're
foreign.
being pedantic. Okay.
No.
So in
because
terms of
you are
so
creating a
in
system that
terms
makes
of
certain goods impossible to acquire.
how prove that.
The coffee beans prove that. We would have to tariff
what's
things
the coffee
so
beans?
hard to get
The coffee beans, Teriak. Why won't you think about the coffee beans, Teriak?
coffee accessible to America. And there's other critical materials that we don't produce.
So you cannot
domestically,
you're
at least
saying that you
right now.
cannot grow it domestically.
You would have to build a specialized greenhouse with specialized soil composition and specialized farming,
Which is what they
equipment.
do in the
Yes.
agriculture industry anyways.
No, most of what we grow, we throw stuff in the ground and then we spray it with fertilizer, and the ground just grows food. It's really amazing what dirt can do, especially out here. in
Okay.
the Midwest.
And you can't do that with coffee
Sure.
beans.
No, coffee beans won't survive the weather out here. You need special climates to grow
Okay.
special crops. That's why we use
Yeah.
cotton in the South.
Yeah,
Because
so
it's
there's
only
no
down there.
there's no domestic American coffee.
There's a very small amount of domestic American coffee. And in order to make that domestic coffee competing with the foreign markets, which is like 90%, I think. What's the domestic share of domestic U.S. coffee beans to foreign?
Okay, so
Less than 1% of the U.S.
Yeah.
consumption is domestic. So we would have to tariff
Yeah,
it.
so primarily located in Hawaii, California, and Puerto Rico. Key producers include Kauai Coffee Company, which is Hawaii's largest, FRINJ Coffee, which is Californian grown, and 787 Coffee, Puerto Rico grown. So you can grow in Hawaii, you can grow in California, and you can grow in Puerto Rico. So you just lied, sir. And furthermore, this whole thing of like $100 per bags and all this kind of shit, per bag, which is like a 10-ounce bag, is about anywhere between $12 to $15 per bag. So again, like, he's just outright lying. So like, this is why, like, this whole thing of like looking stuff up during the debate, don't fall into this whole thing of like, oh no, I can't use Google or I can't do any of this shit, because they'll just make outrageous claims. You know what I mean? You got to be able to hold their feet to the bag. If you're talking about a 24-ounce or 1.5 pound bag, that's often between $28 to $32, right? Which is better value per ounce and all this kind of shit. But essentially, do you know what I mean? Nowhere near this $100 a bag that he's trying to claim. And that's just on the Hawaiian coffee. I mean, we're not comparing this to other branches and all this kind of shit as well. So in order to protect those industries, why would you not, with a nationalist principle, tariff the fuck out of all other coffee that's coming into your country?
I never said we couldn't grow anything. I said it would be extremely expensive if you were going to have a domestic supply.
If it's
of
extremely
coffee.
expensive, they're currently operating, and that's with the foreign coffee. Like, and some of these some of these foreign products actually get subsidized by their governments. So if you add in the tariffs, that means that like the price of Kauai coffee, FRINJ coffee, and 787 coffee price does not change. But all these other coffee prices will go up. But that will draw more American people to buying from American companies, which is a nationalist principle. You want to buy from national companies.
Which restricts supply. And when you restrict supply on the little X graph of supply and demand, what direction does the price go? The price goes up. And you would have to restrict supply so much to get the domestic market that it would be $100 a pound for coffee. That's the problem. We produce 1%.
Okay, prove that. And then again, just making these batshit crazy claims where it's like, oh well, then like supply and demand, like that would make the price go up. It's like, yes, but then more competitors will go into the market if the price does go up. That's where you attract competition, and then they'll go cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and the price will naturally come back down anyways. You know what I mean? He was saying tariffs would raise it to that price. It's just a number pulled out of his ass. Exactly. That's what they do. They just pull a number, say, "Oh, well, coffee will be $100 a bean, and fucking, it's going to be astronomical price on this kind of shit." But time and time again, we see this take place. Like, remember when all the Democrats were like, "Oh my God, these Trump tariff policies, the economy's fucked," and all this shit, and then he put in the tariffs, and now he's talking to China. He's negotiating better deals. He's bringing manufacturing back to America. We're reindustrializing. Economy's booming. And he's even making claims like we can get rid of the income tax. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? And also, Christy as well. Wow, you got a like button. Cool, exactly. Make sure you press that like button, folks. You know what I mean? But this is what you have to be able to deal with. They will literally start pulling things out of their fucking hole and just lying to the audience. So that's when you Google it real quick and say, this is the fucking price of the coffee. Where the fuck are you getting $100 from? Stop lying. You know what I mean? Get on the chair and start doing the lying dance. You know what I mean?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
You know what I mean? Hit him with one of them. Prove that's going to be $100 a pound for coffee.
We produce 1%.
You can't, because you're just pulling a fucking number out your hole.
Prove to me that it wouldn't be.
Are you serious right now, bro?
I am serious. Do you know we don't produce enough coffee domestically to?
You're against National Socialism because coffee prices.
Because of supply and demand. Economics 101.
Yeah, you do realize your critique can be levied at anything.
What else can it be levied at? If we restrict supply, then yes.
Yeah, you could.
That's my point.
You're trying to make the case that we should not have this. Yeah, we should not have this economic policies
because the price of coffee might increase.
No, not because it might increase, because you would have to restrict the supply so extensively because we have to have
How
it-
are you restricting the supply?
because you would have to have the 1% of the coffee produced in the US at every single supermarket in America, which means you have to increase the supply of domestic coffee, which you
You
can't
don't
do.
have to.
Yeah,
The
which
supply
brings
will naturally
the
meet
supply.
the demand. If these companies are constantly getting sold out, they will just grow more coffee.
you know there's limitations on what Lane can grow, right? You can't. There's a reason why.
Bro,
you
you're the
just
one-
said
you're the
coffee's
one
only
that's
grown in
dying on the
Hawaii,
hill of coffee
California, and Puerto
prices.
Rico.
You're the one who's dying on the hill of coffee prices.
It's a good example of something that we don't produce domestically in substantial numbers, which are
But you
plenty of
can.
other goods that we physically can't produce. There are natural
you
resources
can.
all not available to the United States of America. That's just
But you can, correct?
and
That's how
if we can
market.
produce
That's why
these-
like the free market's such a good
by
idea,
that
because
definition, we
naturally
can
the free
produce
market will
semiconductors, so
determine
we
the
don't need
prices.
Taiwan.
Yeah.
We should tariff Taiwan semiconductors at 1,000% because we can technically produce.
No,
them
you should produce. Yeah, you should produce semiconductors in America. Like this was the whole thing. I thought you were like for isolationism.
Yeah, I am, but that doesn't.
Yes.
mean we
So
can-
then,
we should
yeah,
tariff
one sec.
something at
So,
1,000% that
so
we
part of being an isolationist is to protect your own industries. So this whole critique that you had on the coffee bean, that critique gets levied at your own isolationism
no, because
idea.
you can't just start producing natural resources that aren't there. They're not going to dig up a mountain and be like, "Oh my goodness, this is perfect coffee growing land." Natural resources are where they are. That's why trade exists, because some
Yeah.
places have them and some.
What I'm
places
saying is your critique on my political philosophy is the same critique that you would have against your own ideology of isolationism.
I'm not a hardline I'm not an absolutist isolationist either.
Yeah, you
And
have
again,
no
we're
limiting
not talking about
principles.
we're not talking about my form of government that I would prefer. We're talking about National Socialism as a superior form of government, which again,
Yes, and if the whole thing is that it's like if I can show that like any critique you levy at me goes right back to you, it means that the critique gets struck out. What you need to find is a critique that holds against my ideology, but you point to a different ideology and say this wouldn't work in terms of this ideology. But the mere fact that you've thrown the gauntlet of isolationism, you've mentioned all this shit, the American government, all this stuff, I can show that the critique goes the same form or the same system that you would propose instead. Do you know what I mean? So, and this is why, like I said, shout out to Easy, because he's the one that like saying that like this dude, like he's going to have to make the argument for anarcho-capitalism and show that anarcho-capitalism would be superior. That's where it's like it's a lot more fair in terms of this instance, because like this dude has nothing. Because again, the way I went about this, like the angle that I took in terms of his argumentation, it basically exposes that aspect essentially. But we're going to skip to the end of it. We're going to go on a little quick grift break. Like I said, I need to get some more WhatsApp. Need to take a pee break and all this kind of stuff. So we're going to go on a little bit of a grift break. And like I said, I'm going to cut it more so to the end aspect of this. And then we'll get kind of like we'll do the open panel for a couple of hours, I guess, and then from there we can because this dude basically gets destroyed. And then from there we'll go to Grok, and then we'll kind of improve it and compare and contrast against what we should be seeing in terms of the anarcho-capitalism. Well, Shante says, yeah, and they were acting like tariffs were going to be on every single thing, go out of country, like it's not specific restrictions and deals made. Exactly, Shante. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, it's this whole kind of like panicking kind of thing. The whole panicking meme. It's like, oh my God, things are going to be terrible. This is going to be like, what is Trump doing? All this kind of shit. But when you really kind of track it down, all it is just like Democrats and infiltrators trying to cause division within the Republican Party, because ain't no stopping us now. Unless we're going on a grift break, because folks, we do need to go on the grift break. So I shall see you in a little bit. Enjoy the music. Let's get the grift going, ladies and gentlemen.
In the merry month of scams, From hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terryak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole. In a neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terryak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sorry I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me the leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Terryak leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
And we're back, folks. Like I said, it was a little quick riff one, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of a quick one, you know what I'm saying? Taking out pit stop, get the old water back. So we're basically back, and this is the kind of like the open panel part. We're gonna let this play through. I think it's I don't know how long before like my next opponent joins. I think this is when he joins, so it's basically 15 minutes or so. But we can at least see like what was the kind of like the feedback from it and all this kind of thing, you know. So let's get her done, boys. Let's get her done.
Is that a selfish act or is it a selfless act?
And like I said, I basically what the kind of the conversation. The reason why I skipped it is because we get onto the whole kind of like limiting principle, and then he goes, "Oh, well, the limiting principle should be the self." And then we have the whole kind of like comparison in terms of abortion. The limiting principle is the self. That's what we're currently seeing. Why it's like moral degeneracy on it, stuff because people only care about themselves. So this mother who's pregnant, to echo off like the Easy's panel earlier on, just before the stream. This is what you're seeing from the women, where it's like me. Abortion should be legal because I want the choice. My body, my choice. You know what I mean? So if you set the principle on the individual, the nation's going to go to shit. That's why you need a nationalist principle. And again, having the limiting principle around the nation would prevent you from abortion because you wouldn't want to kill your own nation. You're killing off your own nation. You know what I mean? And like I said, this whole aspect of the nation, the backbone to the nation is the nuclear family. The nuclear family consists of a man and a woman and children. You know? But like I said, we live in a pretty bad time, a pretty selfish time and all this kind of shit, but it is what it like this whole thing of like, well, like, you know, he even tried to make the it was just so fucking annoying when you go again, because this is another way how you're able to tell that these motherfuckers are subversives. Because like once you kind of like get around like the surface and you dig just a little bit underneath the surface, you start to see, oh, so you're all about yourself, you're all about me, and all this kind of shit. Oh, like you're actually like you know, a closeted liberal or whatever the fuck, because they sound just like them. I just care about myself. I don't give a fuck about the nation. I actually don't want to conserve anything, you know. And like to make the argument that like, oh, if I genuinely cared about myself, well then that'll actually include nation somehow. You know what I mean? Like if I have a limiting principle of self, then of course that means, you know, like I'd want to preserve the society, or I care about the society. It's like, nah, you really fucking don't. There's nothing in terms of like limiting to the self that should mean that you care about your family or you care about the nation. This is where it's like once you get them off the script, it starts to become very clear who these people actually are and what their actual intentions are.
Are they mutually exclusive would be the question.
Yes.
I don't think so. You can't do something that both gains you and helps others at the same time. That qualifies as both selfish. It helps you, and selfless. It helps others.
Not when it comes to nationalism, no.
Can you give an example of when that would be?
Like the whole abortion thing?
Well, yeah.
Self-defense.
I think
Abortion
that's a good one, too.
selfless?
No,
How's a
that's the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
having
you-
a kid. Selfless.
No, but isn't fighting? Well, yeah. So wait, hold on. So fighting
That'd be-
against it is selfless, or is me advocating for anti-abortion laws selfish of me?
See, that's where you would get into the both again. So if you abort a baby, that's selfish. If you don't abort a baby, that's selfless. But advocating.
He just admits it right there. If you don't abort it, that's selfless. You know? And like to try and be as generous as fucking possible, these cunts. Like maybe these cunts are like they've seen the likes of like what San and the left has basically become, and they're like, oh fuck, this train ain't going to a good destination. Let's shift places. But even then, be it consciously or unconsciously, they're going to try to subvert the movement and say, well, no, I actually kind of want like what liberalism was like about 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So I'm going to try to get used to go over to what the Democrats were like 10, 15 years ago. I was like, nah, motherfucker. Nah. We ain't going to do the same thing of like fucking going the whole retardation path only to end up back at the same fucking situation 20 years later. We're going nationalist, baby. We ain't doing this whole fucking modern liberalism shit that they want to push us into.
A policy against abortion is both selfless and selfish because it benefits you and it benefits, all the babies that aren't getting murdered now.
Shoot. So then nationalism is a self-interest? And to Easy, to Ballbag's super chat, I think when he was saying for Rowdy, he was trying to clarify our argument that was going back and forth.
I saw it after, and he was doing it on your behalf. He said,
Yeah,
yeah,
because I kept asking a question. I was trying to figure out, like,
I was like, Rowdy isn't up here, motherfucker.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out, is the advocation for nationalism a self-interest at the foundation?
So are you saying I'm advocating for my nation purely out of my selfish interest? It is in my selfish interest that America stays better than every other country.
Like, nationalism in itself, is nationalism a self-interest?
This is why I talked about the Venn diagram, Joe, where there's two circles and there's like a bit of middle ground in between. There is like certain things that it's in your own interest. I mean, like you want the productive society, all this kind of stuff. But if your limiting principle is self-interest, it's going to be, when the circle doesn't intersect with the other circle, it's going to be vast amounts of like self-interest that does not serve the nation and then actually goes against the nation or would destabilize the nation. Like think of like Nancy Pelosi, worth 200 million, but only getting paid 200 grand. There's plenty of swats where like that does not actually benefit the nation. Whereas if you put the nation as the limiting principle, it'll always make sure that you're putting policy forward that benefits the nation, which will also benefit the individual.
Okay, but so as long as you're using cancel the Nancy Pelosi, whatever she's got going on, but you're still advocating for the nation amongst yourself.
See, this is why
can you separate the two? Can you separate the fight for nationalism from a self-interest, or is self-interest actually the foundation of nationalism?
So your self-interest is the foundation of nationalism, but your nationalism will not necessarily be in your self-interest. That's why I said self-interest has to be the underlying principle, because self-interest, like there's a lot of times, and that's why I use society instead of nation, because nation's generally referring to a specific entity, whereas
a society. And this is what they do. They do a lot of like, they just swap out the word and say, no, it's different. And then they swap out the word, but the word is just a synonym for nation. Society is a synonym for nation. You know what I mean? And like this is one thing you have to get used to, because a lot of these motherfuckers are going to pull these tricks on you, and you have to be on your toes, ladies and gentlemen.
Society is a more broad, generalized term. So it's in your best interest to live in a good society, but better society might be going against your specific nation. For instance, the civil rights movement.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I
going
disagree.
against
I don't think
nation.
there should be speed limits, but there are speed limits in my society, and it's like it probably is better for me, even though it goes against my self-interest, that there be no speed limit.
I think our new guest wanted to add something in there, Darth.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's a huge problem. The problem is Teryak hasn't defined what a nation is. So is he just saying nation is? Well, no, he's not just saying people, because Somalians are people. So he doesn't think Somalians are part of the nation, right? So it's not just people.
No, he thinks Somalis are a different nation. He thinks in units of nations.
So yeah, so what exactly is a nation? Is he just saying nation is equivalent to like the government or the states?
Yeah, so it's a people, it's a border, it's a culture, it's a language.
Yeah, what is it? It's very vague. Because I wouldn't say black people.
I just gave you 4 criteria.
Well, the thing
I would say it's the overarching structure would probably be something like as you described America. So it's your main political leadership, your main executive branch, your judiciary system, and then your legal.
Yeah. What if I'm deaf?
The founding
and I
fathers
only know sign language.
No, the founding fathers didn't consider blacks to be part of the nation, because when they started this nation, they specifically meant it to be a nation for free white men. So they specifically excluded, blacks, because they weren't against slavery for because they were being good for the moral reasons. They were against slavery because they didn't think blacks had a future in this nation, because they didn't consider them to be part of the American nation.
So again, this whole retcon and shit, like if they were slaves, they would be second-class citizens. They wouldn't even be second-class citizens. They would just be a tool or a device. You get what I'm saying? And like, this is where it's like, this dude is fucking subversive as fuck. You know what I mean? Because like, I'd already seen him at this stage, like fucking posting in the chat, kind of saying, so yeah, I am a racist and all this kind of shit. So notice like his first thing was like, well, define the nation. And it's like the people's border. So it's like the physical aspect, the language that's spoken, which is what would that be? Like that's a non-physical aspect. And then in terms of the culture itself as well. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, this is why like racism is irrational. To judge someone based on the color of their skin is an irrational thought. But to judge someone based on their soul, to judge them based on their mind, is rational. You know what I mean? This is why culture, language, all these kind of things, kind of important.
I would have to fact check this, but I think back then, even the founding fathers didn't consider blacks as people. So there's a lot of consideration you have to put in there. And
there's
so,
a lot of.
It makes sense if you were like living technically with animals, you would, in your end goal, send the animals back home if you want to live in a better society, I guess, would kind of be that thing. But it gets into a really historical, nuanced thing.
Well, yeah, the whole reason, they left Europe was because they were trying to get away from the Christian civil wars. And for example,
and again, this whole kind of retconning of history. You know what I mean? Like, explain the settlers. Explain like who actually wanted to journey off into the New World. Oh, Britain did. And the whole kind of thing of like the reason why you fought the revolution was this whole aspect of like they weren't just like, oh, we're just gonna fucking get the fuck out of here and just like form a new nation. Because then like why are you fighting specifically against the British? The whole like no taxation without representation. You know what I mean? Like the whole like settlers that initially settled, like they settled on behalf of Britain. And then when the settlers were like, hang a second, we don't have any representation in Parliament. You guys are dictating the laws of this land and you're on a fucking island 3,000 miles away. Fuck this. No taxation or representation. We're revolting. And we're going to declare ourselves a new nation. You know what I mean? But this whole kind of like retconning of history it's baffling. Like, and I don't know if it's like genuinely like retardation or if it's like more subversion.
30 Years' War. There was a bunch of Christian civil wars. So they were trying to get away from this type of Judaism and establish their own form of theism, some sort of theistic confederacy.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's kind of what I meant when I brought up the fact that he said the nation of America.
Brings up Judaism. It's like, oh, they want to get rid of Judaism. And it's like, oh, that's a great point. That's what political Shankfest said. So it's again a bunch of these lefties or these Democrats that hate Jews, but they kind of recognize that the Democratic Party they got an expiration date, so to speak. Democratic Party pretty much fucked at this stage. You know what I mean? Which is why they're trying to infiltrate right-wing spaces, try to cause internal division, etc., etc.
Before it was a nation, acted in its national interest by breaking off from the nation it was a part of, Britain. Which kind of, again, that goes back to my whole society-nation distinction. It was better for the society in America to break away from the nation, the national interest of Britain. But I would argue you can't really argue from a nation.
They sent, so they expanded out their empire and they sent settlers. And then the settlers were like, Britain's no longer acting in our interest. We're going to form our new nation.
Our own.
Yeah, but colonization of America was the historical equivalent of the final solution for that era because they just wanted to get rid of all the Quakers and all the religious groups.
Oh my God. The the retconning is wild, bro. It is wild. So, like, this is a whole aspect that, like I said, I've pretty sure, like, I have a solid basis for. Got to make sure that we bring it home, so to speak. But there's going to be a lot of bollocks that's going to be said in this debate tomorrow, where it's like it's actually the Jews. You know what I mean? And then I just have to hit them off with the all reliable.
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
You know what I mean?
That they didn't like. That's why America was founded by
I
Protestants.
don't know how you keep bringing Judaism into this.
It's
Well,
a
Christianity is
kind of
Judaism.
reference to.
Christianity
'Cause, like,
is Judaism.
Judaism is not Christian. Judaism is not Christianity.
Well,
I don't do that whole Judo-Christian stuff.
Well, Jesus was a rabbi. He was a practicing Judaite. He was a
That's
rabbi.
like saying saying
Judaite.
your
What
great
the fuck?
grandma was a Jew, ergo you're a ethnic Jew. It's
Well, no,
not, it's not the same thing.
No,
He
a Christian is a
understood the
Christian.
rabbi doctrine, the Orthodox Jewish doctrine, and rejected it because it strayed from
No.
God.
He said,
strayed from God's teachings, and that's why they killed him, because he was preaching against what the rabbis and the Jews had established as their theology.
No, Jesus said
He found
was
them
there
in
to,
error.
No, he said he was there to preserve the law. He wasn't some sort of anarchist.
He fulfilled the law.
Yeah, so he was there to practice
Yeah. So
Judaism.
he corrected the mistakes that the Jewish.
A new covenant, a new religion. It's kind of weird how, you know, a new religion would mean it's not Judaism, but okay.
Rabbis had in
That's
the
still
Pharisees
Judaism.
and the Pharisees, or not Pharisees.
But that's still Judaism. Jesus is simply saying you're practicing a wrong form of Judaism. This is the true Judaism.
And
But
it's
he's
so
still-
different that we're going to rebrand it and name it Christiism. Christianity.
Well, that's the thing. Jesus Christ didn't consider himself a Christian.
Of course he doesn't. He's Christ. Martin
Yeah,
Luther didn't consider him out the Lutheran.
Exactly. The early Christians didn't consider themselves Christians. They didn't call themselves that. They still
No,
consider
the early
themselves-
Christians called themselves followers of Christ. He was the Messiah. They were the followers of the Messiahs, and the Jews were the people that rejected the Messiah.
Yeah, they consider themselves the true Jews.
Yeah, and the term Jew was then poisoned by the previous Jews, and so they discarded that name, much like how, nationalism has been discarded in today's society, which, to tie it back into what we're doing today, nationalism is basically frowned upon, and no one ever likes to say it because it's tied back to the German state. And just like that, you can analogize and look back and say, we don't want to be tied back to what Jews did. We don't want to be tied back to the same people that put Christ on the cross. So we're going to call ourselves something different. We're going to call ourselves Christians.
What's
And that's
the-
what Christian is.
Aristocratic national republicanism, comrades.
Well, that's the thing. You can't be a nationalist.
Yes, comrades, we must be aristocratic national republicanism because national socialism has been poisoned, comrades. So we need to have national republicanism. See the way how I make it so simple for you guys. You know what I mean? I don't only just put the political philosophy there. I also say, and there's multiple ways to call it as well. So the whole semantics thing, you know what I mean? I'm a flexible kind of a guy. You know what I mean? Us leprechauns, we're kind of flexible. You know what I mean? So long as the answer is there, you know what I mean? We'll provide it in multiple formats. But take your pick. I don't give a fuck what you call it. As long as you start doing this shit, it's going to work, okay? Whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it fucking pixie dust, I don't give a fuck, right? We have the political philosophy of pixie dust. So long as it's these principles, it'll be A-okay, baby.
Their Christianity because of origins.
Not true.
No, there's a lot of people that think you can be nationalist
Isn't
and
it
Christianity.
Christian nationalism like the hot
Anglicanism is
topic of the day?
subsect of that.
The problem lies in origins. If all races are just fluid or a fluid evolution of a single race of Adam and Eve, you don't actually have race being real. So you're essentially affirming the leftist position of gender fluidity, but applied to race. So if it's just it's in constant flux and constant change, it's not real.
Race
Because-
is in
Yeah, but don't
constant
they
flux and
argue that
constant
all the
change.
time?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as race?
Yeah, you can't be a nationalist. Therefore, you can't be a nationalist.
You can't
Or
be
the
an
Christianity-
You can't have a
nationalist.
nation?
Can't be an
You can't-
ethno-nationalist.
You can't
Are
be
you
a-
literally arguing that you have to be
Yeah, but-
racist to be a nationalist?
Yes,
Yeah.
because
That
the
is stupid.
original The original,
It
the
does feel
original
like that was like
definition.
the pattern.
That's the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard.
The original use of the word nation was always referring to race. It is only up until
Really?
recently.
America?
Yes.
America
It
is
is.
just one race?
It was a bunch
The
of whiteys
founding
for like
fathers-
200 years.
Yeah, the founding fathers didn't
The
even
founding
black-
fathers, they were talking about modernity, my guy.
No, they weren't. They weren't like egalitarians.
Yeah, America was founded as a
regardless,
white nation. There's no
regardless,
question in that.
how many races live in America that creates America? There we go. All right.
How many
That creates
nations live in America?
How many
One.
nationalities?
No.
So from hold on, let me try to steelman what you just said, just for your sake, right? You have to be racist to be a nationalist. You are
Yeah,
saying
it doesn't-
that,
you don't
right?
have to, but it sure helps.
The origins of the word nation was referring to a nation. A nation meant blood and soil. It
So
was
is there only one race in America?
It was
Human.
referring. It was
Checkmate.
Yeah, human.
That's a
Yeah,
classification.
Humans in America.
That's
There
a
you go.
classification. A classification is not a race. Well, it's a human is like a.
Oh, wait a
Class-
second. Hold on here.
This is getting really
Hold
semantic
on
now.
here.
You've contradicted
Like,
yourself twice.
Is it a class?
It's a
Is
different
it
class-
race
I've
a
talked.
classification itself,
a-
dude? Like,
It's a different classification. My bad. It's a. I
it's a
misspoke.
different classification.
Yeah.
Oh, so like how a
Well,
hot
it
dog's
is-
a sandwich, right?
Wait, yeah, no,
'Cause
it's a
words don't
taco.
matter.
It's a taco. Bread on the bottom, it's a taco. It
Let's
kind of
go.
it depends on how you define words and all that. I mean, technically, a mutt is in and of itself its own race. If you mix
Yeah,
together,
what is a word?
everyone's- Yeah,
Exactly.
What do
If-
you mean by word?
Exactly.
semantic
What is a
and
word?
semantic.
If a dog,
This is
if a
so
wolf,
bad.
that's the thing. If a wolf can evolve into a dog, if a man
There's
can
no proof
evolve
of
into a
evolution if you
woman,
were
It
watching
doesn't.
last
It,
night.
it doesn't evolve.
it becomes fluid.
It changes genetic
Changes.
strands between its
Okay.
species.
Yes, if a
Its
man
species
changes
is
in,
still the same.
But no one's saying humans are different species. We're saying we're different subspecies.
yes,
You can still interbreed
Dude,
subspecies.
no,
That
not
sounds
even
racist.
You can mix them.
Your genetics
That sounds
is-
racist as hell.
doesn't make it
It's
wrong.
okay,
it
I'm a
just
mutt, I
means
get to be
it's
racist.
So you are for nationalism, is what I'm hearing.
Real nationalism, because real nationalism implied the origins were different. Under the origins of Christianity, we all evolved from one race, so there is no actual race.
Well, would you say they're based and foundation in
That's not even true
self-interest?
on a Christian standpoint. The
No, we
Tower
all
of
One
Babel
evolved.
sec.
split the world into nations.
How would you define nation?
Blood and soil.
What?
Okay,
What?
give me like a proper definition here.
Like that your ancestry,
No.
your ancestry has its origins in this soil. So like you can't just like say, well, my great ancestors came from the Middle East.
What's the
And we-
threshold on that?
Oh god, it's the Palestinian argument.
Well, this
That's
is what
stupid. Then I'm Irish, even though I'm American.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If race is
One
something
American's
that just
not a
changed,
nation then.
Exactly. You can't.
No,
be,
it's a
you
nation
can't
of-
That's
claim-
dumb.
Uh-oh.
You
The
can't make a
world
claim
is
to
the
nation.
nation.
Uh oh. Blood and soil don't work. It's almost like slogans aren't arguments. See the whole problem where like I said, it's almost like they're trying to subvert it. It was like, oh, you're not a true nationalist. A true nationalist is blood and soil. Okay, so then what happens with America then? Is America no longer a nation? Okay, what is the logical entailment here? America's not a nation, which means we should destroy the American nation and do anarcho-capitalism? Is that what you're saying? What's going on here? What's the logical entailment of what's the outcome? What's the end game here? See what I'm saying, cha? Scratch the surface and see what's behind it. This dude either is a retard or he's a lot more nefarious.
Just evolved from a Middle Eastern
It's like some
country.
globalist horseshit.
One world
You hear
nation.
this
Yeah,
voice?
Christianity
What the
is
fuck
globalist.
this
The whole
talking about?
purpose of Christianity is
Yes,
globalism.
Christianity is globalist.
No,
but
it
it's
isn't.
not globalist in the regard you're probably referring to.
Not
You
in
want
the
everyone
liberal
in the
sense.
It
globe to
could
be
be.
Christian. That doesn't make it a global. Like
It's not
Christianity,
liberal. Not liberal.
render unto
globalism.
Caesar what is
It-
Caesar. Render unto
hear that, right?
God what is
Exactly.
God.
Christianity is very national.
No, it's not. It can't be.
Yes, it
Because
is.
you deny
Have you read the Bible? Because I don't think you have.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
this
all
is
come from
crazy.
Adam and Eve in the Bible, right? We all come
I
from the
read
single
the
race
Bible
of Adam
butcher
and Eve.
book.
I
Does
don't.
that count?
I'm just not sure about all that. Hey, I just wanted to.
What do
I
you
just
mean
wanted
not
to hop
sure
in for a
about
second.
that?
I got to work, so there's no good time to do this. Just want to say shouts out to Easy, W Teriak, W Shankfest for the debate. It's fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. Also, the merch is super sick. You guys all have a wonderful night.
Have a great
Literally.
night. Thanks for
You too,
thanks for
brother.
coming up.
Yeah,
And I
really
just
wish
want to
we could have
remind
had
that
that
what are
debate
we
right
at here? We're at 12:28 here, so a little 2 minutes over an hour. If we hit the 300 by 1:30, we'll end on a hot seat. And if we hit 1,000, we end on a verbal combat origins. And yeah, just like Rowdy mentioned, the merch store has been completely revamped. I'm using a whole new distributor and everything. So you all should definitely go check out the merch store. It's
Is it
fire.
the Chinese
Limited
distributor?
edition stuff.
Is it a
there
Chinese
already.
Looks like-
distributor?
So
Oh,
if you
shut
want
up.
to get it,
Badass shit.
Did
man.
you
Badass
sell out
swag.
your nation to China? Did you act in your self-interest?
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, retail would not matter.
Badass merch.
Retail
made
would be capitalist.
awesomely.
Being able to make clothes doesn't matter to a nation? You don't have to make uniforms?
Yeah, retailers. That's fully private.
No, the making of the clothes. The manufacturing of the
Yeah, that's fully private.
What?
You fucking
Okay, but
stupid piece of shit.
I think.
I mean, wait, hold on. My bad. I'm getting too much here. Hold on. Let me take a stoner break. I'll be back in a minute. I'll
I think we
Well,
try to say
I
it's
just
like
can't keep your shit straight, Skankfest. I really can't. I just can't. You keep contradicting yourself and going all over the place.
No,
Which
what
is it?
what Shankfest is saying, if you have people who are homeless in America, right, you would have to clothe them first before any of those clothes leave to China.
Again, makes no sense. It makes no sense. And again, it's either like the phenomenon where like they're so desperate to win the argument, or and like this is just to highlight kind of like how this kind of like undoes yourself. Like your ego is your own worst enemy. And what I mean by that is that in the aspect of like your ego serving you against you, it's going to blind you from the truth. Like you're not actually going to listen or hear the other person out. And again, they're mentioning Christianity here, the whole like love your enemy and like look for the good in your enemy and all this kind of shit. Like this whole aspect, like it serves you as a disservice, because in terms of what I've outlined, like that political philosophy can not only like strengthen and bolster like the right wing, but it'll also capture a shit ton of people who have like what would be the correct way of saying it? Like it would also capture a shit ton of like left wing people who or lefties, or you know, Democrats, people who vote Democrat would probably be a better way to define it, who think that like genuinely all these right wingers don't want any government policies to help out the people in need and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like they genuinely think that like the right winger is like the you know, the monopoly guy, like the billionaire tycoon and all this kind of shit. They don't understand that like in terms of like the right wingers, a lot of them kind of like would agree, yeah, there's certain things that the state should intervene in, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like they genuinely have been either gaslit or misdirected into like this caricature of like, oh, all they care about is themselves, all this kind of shit. They're selfish and greedy. I'm truly the selfless one, and the whole like virtue signal and all this kind of shit. They don't realize that no, like plenty of right wingers are like, no, like there's certain things that we need, like to like support our nation, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So this is the thing where this dude, and then you have the whole like typical kind of like left things. Oh, it was a joke, bro. I was just joking, all this kind of shit. But it's like, no, in terms of the like clothing the homeless, how does that benefit the nation? Whole retailer thing, like I mentioned, specifically retail, that's fully capitalistic.
Based on a nationalistic
no.
view? What?
Yes, yes. If you're a
No, that's
nationalist,
private
No.
sector.
no, man, you can't leave. You can't look. If you actually have interests, the best interests of the nation means you take care of the homeless. Means you take care of your people. So
And it wouldn't be
I was-
clothing them, it would be
No,
getting them the
nationally
help
one
they
sec,
need.
one sec.
speaking, if you were a
One sec,
nationalist,
gentlemen.
you would
Where-
want the best for your.
Where
Exactly,
where
which
in-
means the
where
homeless.
Well, let's
in
go.
where in my limitations of socialism did I mention homeless or clothing?
So you're not actually here
I would have liked
for
to
the
gotten
best
there. That
interests of
would've
the
been fun.
people. So
Where in
so-
my opening statement did I mention
overall
that
people.
retail would be socialized?
No, your whole statement of nationalism is that you're.
Yeah,
it's
what you're
about the-
doing is straw manning. You're
No, I'm
trying to
not
do the whole
straw-manning.
like,
So-
well, you said
so is it
socialism, which
about
means you
the
have to
best
socialize
interests
everything,
of the people,
which
yes
is
or no?
not
Yes or
not
not?
what I'm saying at all.
So it's not
Yeah, we
about the
didn't-
best
we didn't-
interests of the people then.
Well, we didn't
Got it.
touch on that in our debate, but there is room for that in if we had a discussion on it. What I was trying to do is I was being sarcastic, asking Speakeasy if he had sold out his industry.
It was just a joke, bro. It was just a joke. But like this whole idea of binding it to the national interest, giving free handouts to people does not benefit those people. Giving them a hand up, that does benefit them. You know what I mean? Like education. Also, welcome into to William. How are you, sir? Hope you're well. But this whole like idea, like, oh, it's just a joke, bro, and all this kind of shit. Like, clearly, like Dart's like trying to, straw man as well. As like, oh no, like you have to look out for the people and all this kind of shit. And it's like, but again, how is like giving a handout benefiting them? How is making them reliant on a social welfare system benefiting them? Not. But what would be the right word of saying it? Creating an environment where it's easy for them to get a job and actually start earning for themselves. That is a benefit to the nation. That is a benefit to the people. Giving them a hand up, not a handout.
The manufacturing capability of making clothes to China.
And
Yeah, or
where
if you
did I
put his
mention
nation
retail
first.
being socialized?
Retail is the sale of the goods, not the manufacture of the goods. That's manufacturing. You said the
Yeah,
manufacturing.
okay. Yeah,
base to
small
China.
manufacturing. Where's that got to do with? Where did I mention that?
You said sending manufacturing out to China.
Yes, large scale manufacturing industry.
Yeah, that's an industry. Making
Yes.
clothes is industry.
Yeah, no,
Do you know
no,
what
no,
a
no,
textile?
no, no.
Do you know we actually really
no.
textile mills is one of the
I'll read it out
first
again.
industries in America.
National defense and military technology, core infrastructure and energy, education, money, finance and banking, food security and agriculture, justice, police and internal security, borders, immigration and demographics, cybersecurity and digital infrastructure, and foundational scientific research.
You don't
Meaning
need clothes.
shops, factories, restaurants, tech startups, housing, entertainment, services, and most manufacturing are all fully capitalistic.
So we can have all of our novel goods manufactured by China. Dishwashers.
If it's
I don't know,
competitive.
like what the hell you're looking at here? Paint, clothes.
If it's competitive, what part of that are you not understanding?
The part where not being able to manufacture textiles domestically is not of the national interest. That's actually
If
one of the
it's
bigger
that's
national
what the
interests.
tariffs are for, to encourage domestic
See,
production.
that's a flip to yes.
How
we
is that a
should be
flip?
domestic-
You're just not
because
logically
you were just
seeing it
arguing
correctly.
that you just said that we didn't need
I
to have
didn't.
domestic textile manufacturing.
Now, bear in mind, it's just a joke. I was just being sarcastic about easy thing, but you're still arguing the point. And this is again what a lot of these lefties like to do. Oh, it's just a joke, but I'm also kind of serious, but I'm also just a joke. You know what I'm saying?
And then you just flipped and said we need tariffs to get domestic textiles.
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
You did.
No, I did
Don't put those
not.
words in your mouth. Your original argument was we don't need to manufacture that domestically. You were agreeing with Teriak.
You were.
Okay, yes, on that. But if they're able to compete with the tariffs, and it's still
No,
a
see,
better.
tariffs is different. Tariffs is importing that back to domestic manufacturing. So do we need it domestically or not? Start with that. Textile manufacturing. Is
No,
that a
not if
national-
it's not competitive.
So we don't need clothes.
Yeah.
That's not what I
Clothing
said.
that's what
It doesn't need to be
logical.
manufactured here if it's not a competitive thing. There
What
is
if
no
there was a
infrastructure.
pandemic and we needed a bunch of masks?
So Do I get to answer?
All right, hold on here. You know what makes the best business that you can have is competition. You got to be the best in order to make the best.
That's the thing.
Get this straight.
Where's the
brothers.
competition at?
Get
If
this
the
straight.
manufacturing isn't here, there's no competition happening.
And how do
here.
you rein that back in? Is my point.
Is
How do you
by
rein that
having the
back
free
in?
market? By having the free market.
By
For
saying
example-
you should rein it back
Exactly.
in with
That's
tariffs, I'm saying that it's
capitalism,
bad.
dude. That's capitalism.
he's
Free
just-
market is capitalism. Ding, ding, ding.
Like clothes
Durr.
is not like national security.
Yeah.
Clothes are very important to a nation if you want that nation to function. Like, say, if you
Yes.
need to produce a ton of masks in the middle of a
I
pandemic.
feel like you're latching
Oh
onto
my
this because
dear
you've
brother.
had literally no other point, and like you
Yep.
kind of
I've
got
had,
to
like,
have
no,
victory,
it's
and
like
now
one
you're just
point.
like, oh, I'm going to double down on that.
I've had
It's-
it.
But even then, Dart, like it's this like bullshit thing where it's like, oh, it's national security is now clothing.
Mhm.
No, it's like you're saying.
Where did
it's
I
not
where did I
important.
mention retail being part of national security?
It's a
Again,
large
I'm
part of the
piling this
market.
under industry.
Plus, doesn't
That's
this
how
come back to
manufacturing
him
is.
latching on to the whole socialism thing? Just
Yep.
because of the word socialism,
we
he's still
actually-
attacking
Which is
that
why,
part.
comrade, we do not call it socialism with the national limiting principle. We call it republicanism with the national limiting principle, comrades. Because
I
people
admitted that
get in
off the bat.
fifis, they do not understand the logic. We have to use different language.
I admitted that off the bat that I didn't understand what he meant by National Socialism because it sounded like National Socialism and then it just sounded like, you know, all this German and historical stuff.
But
and then
you
when we
didn't
actually
really
found
give.
the underlying principle thing, we latched onto that and then we actually had a productive conversation. So yeah, all
What's the
that
thing?
jumping around, I admit that was bad, but that was me trying to figure out what the hell we were talking about.
Well, he's not even talking about National Socialism because National Socialism was like what the Germans had. They explicitly said they were not fascists.
And again, this whole thing of like trying to put a economic system and say that's going to be the form of governance. It's just it's mind-boggling that people don't understand the difference between the form of governance and the actual economic policies of that form of governance. It's just two separate things. Mind-boggling. And it makes you wonder, like, are they actually retarded? Are they more nefarious? Is it a thing of like ego where they just want to win the debate? You know what I mean? And like I said, it's a difficult thing to do to go into a debate and say, listen, I'm out for the truth. And that means that I have to concede because I'm wrong. You know what I mean? But you've seen it with Luch. Luch actually had these stuff to say. Well, like in the Trump debate, it's like, you know what, Teriak? I'm pretty sure that there are other presidents that are greatest, but I genuinely don't think that I put forward a counter argument. I can see and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And you can see like Luch is coming along. You know, when he was on the panel, he was like, "Yo, bitch, you crazy?" Saying that abortion and all this kind of shit. It serves you better in the long run, but ego's a bitch. Ego is your own greatest enemy.
They were National Socialists. They believed in blood and soil, and that the state had a duty to its people.
Did you not listen to the definitions of the difference?
Yeah, because that would make me Irish.
That Teriak gave before.
No, the
Yeah,
actual
socialism. Yeah, socialism has no limiting principle, meaning socialism will continue to go and suck up as much government control as possible until you end up with communism. If you read Marx, like this is literally like where he outlines the stages of how you get to communism, that you can't go straight to communism and just get rid of the state. You have to first do socialism and then eventually build up all control of the state, and then you relinquish control, you destroy the state. But if you have socialism with a limiting principle of the nation, then you never get to communism. That's why it's called National Socialism.
Well, he doesn't understand the whole limiting principles.
Principle, yeah, I know.
No, the limiting principle is just a marketing tool, just like Christianity. It just
How?
says-
You weren't even.
It's just a marketing tool, comrades. Like, again, is it ego? You know? Is it the whole thing of like, I just want to win the debate and all this kind of shit? Or is it retardation? Like they genuinely don't understand? Possibly. Or is it something more nefarious? I don't know.
doesn't understand it? Who doesn't understand it?
Oh
no,
my
like
God.
this
Just admit you don't get it.
I'm sorry,
The
brother.
marketing
Did your
principle.
mother
Yeah,
take
you're gonna
Tylenol
toss
too?
that principle out the window when it's inconvenient. So the principle really means nothing. It's just a marketing tool.
I'm pretty sure these cunts are liberals.
Me too.
No, I'm an ANCAP.
In the defense of capitalism, which is even weirder.
Yeah, but that's why I keep that. This is
Yeah,
why I do
Terry,
this
this
debate,
is, I
John.
don't know if you noticed, but this is actually who was talking to you in the chat, said that they want to debate you. So
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Because this is what I want to point out. This is the conversations that need to be had, because there's plenty of people who will claim to be right wing, claim to be capitalists, but really they're globalists. They're anarcho-capitalists. They want to destroy the state the same way the communists do, so they'll support all this bullshit like mass immigration. We want cheaper products, right? All this kind of stuff. We need to expose these right-wing arguments that are used to undermine the nation.
What's the thing? You claim to be right wing, but you're not right wing. The founding fathers would not consider you right wing because you're not a racist. I am a racist. The founding fathers.
And this is where it's like, oh, you're not right wing because you're not a racist. Who thinks that all right wingers are racist? Think about it, chat. Democrats, the conservatives are racist. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. You know what I'm saying? Like, who calls the right wingers racists? Who presupposes that if you're right wing, you have to be racist? Democrats do. The left wingers do. That's where I'm like, these cunts are fucking left wingers, man. And they're trying to use right wing arguments or right wing ideologies to still get the same thing that they want in the end, which is this whole aspect of destroying the state. They want to destroy the nation. You know what I mean? And this is why I put out a message on Discord a while back saying, keep an eye. Because there were posts going around on Reddit saying, oh, what happens if, like, let's make an effort to try and, like, infiltrate the MAGA movement and then destroy it from the inside, cause all the internal division, all this kind of shit. Keep an eye out for these cunts, because they'll do this. Oh, no, I'm a capitalist. I'm an ANCAP. You know what I mean? But it's the same end goal as communism, where you want to destroy the state. You know? And welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know what I'm saying?
Fathers consider me right wing because I am a racist.
Yeah,
I don't know why you would even say
Easy,
something.
you know you're saluted to that, right?
Who cares? Like, I'm not a moralist.
You want to do the straight arm salute?
the super
You want to do the
chat.
straight arm salute?
It's like, who cares?
And again, do you hear him there? I'm not a moralist. Meaning, I'm not a moral realist. Who else is not a moral realist? Postmodernists. The lefties. And this is where I'm saying, like, scratch the surface. They'll reveal themselves.
It's 2026. Like, Nick Fuentes is popular. It's normal. It's normal again to be a Nazi.
He's acknowledging people that paid him rather than your silly ass. I'm just gonna say it right now.
Are you giving your
But that
heart out
clip
to
is
them?
gonna look wild.
We're normalizing Nazism again. It's normal. Can we just, like, not be
You're gonna
triggered
get me
by
with
it?
that clip for sure.
We're normalizing Nazism again. Who calls the conservatives and the right wingers Nazis? You know them by their fruits. You know them by their fruits.
But no, I thought the social part was more of a. Oh, you go ahead, Terry. Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Yeah,
Sorry, John.
whole
I'll
debate
give it
topic
off
is a
that.
red herring.
He's an ANCAP, but he's also in favor of Nazism.
Yeah, that's what the founding fathers were. They were
make
like,
it make sense.
On
The
Go ahead,
founding
Johnny.
fathers
That's new.
were extreme individualists who believed in the Second Amendment. So they believed you can own any weapon, and they were actually racist too. So they were ANCAP, a racist ANCAP.
Yeah, you're subversive.
No, the
Darth.
founding fathers were racist ANCAPs.
Darth, I would love. I don't really want to see you debate Teriak. I just want to see you monologue for like 2 hours, preferably on a pedestal.
Hold
with
on.
a giant
I'm
crowd
Darth.
beneath you. Wait. Sorry,
So
two
dumb.
Darths now.
No, faux Darth. There's only one Darth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see too.
The reins. I just want to see you like up on a balcony talking for like 2 hours with like a giant crowd of whiteys beneath you, marching in unison.
Who calls the right wingers whiteys? Like, just think about the language that they're using right now. You know what I mean? And I'm like, these motherfuckers. Do you know what I mean? And Darth's probably sitting there kind of going, this cunt brings dishonor to the name Darth. You know? It is what it is.
One Direction.
Well,
Video.
I'm an ANCAP. No, I'm an ANCAP. Like
with one arm, with one, full, all fingers pointed in the direction.
No,
Well, no,
but to be
I-
serious, I would love just to hear you
Sorry.
monologue for 2 hours and explain all this because I think it would be an amazing thing to listen to on my drive to work one day.
I should. Well, I am starting
Do
to I'm starting to start a channel. So there's if you want to see some of my debates, it's at the Darth Theranos YouTube channel. Got
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. Just starting out.
Yeah, same here.
Subverters to the nation, gentlemen. I'm anarcho-capitalist. I want to get rid of the state and just operate off lawless capitalism, but then I also want Nazism.
If
I would
there's
want to
no
hear 2 hours on
look,
that.
if there's
That's what I
no
wanna hear.
government, who's gonna stop us from removing the small hats? Who's gonna stop us?
Oh yeah,
the small hats. They own
Yeah.
everything.
Is that
Yeah,
a
but-
threat?
Exactly.
Is that a
They-
realistic threat right now?
They only owned everything because of the nation, the government. So the government is the one that gives them the ownership of everything. So if they don't have a right to it, who's gonna stop us?
This is proof that propaganda works.
Yep.
I am starting.
And
to
the whole thing of the globalist capitalist, this whole thing of why would you open up the borders and do mass immigration, all this kind of shit. I mean, well, if you just get rid of the state, that somehow stops the immigration. Well, if there's no state to enforce the borders, what's stopping all this mass
realize-
immigration?
You realize
Well,
the
there-
only
it's-
reason
that's
there's
just main
immigration here
argument
is
again.
because of the welfare benefits. That's the only reason they're coming here.
You're not helping yourself on that point.
Yeah,
It
but they
is-
all moved to California, which is how
Yeah,
can it
welfare
possibly be worth living in California?
Because they have
Ugh.
welfare.
There's nothing
realize-
there in California.
You know, it's not going well there, right?
Yeah, they still have welfare. If you could get free
For
welfare-
now.
There's meth needles every 5 feet. You don't even have to buy one. You don't even have to stop at a store. It's so
Exactly.
community.
The government pays for it. Why wouldn't you move there?
Oh, that's the worst part. They actually do. I've seen it. Oh god.
They pay for it. The government pays for it. That's why they go to California.
You know, for the low price of 5 Leering centers, you too can have 1 mile of high-speed rail.
And here's the thing, California's homelessness is inflated because other states treat their homeless so bad. They don't provide free stuff.
And
for
they
the homeless.
encourage it. They
They move
encourage
here.
the shit out of it.
Well, yeah,
Free
if you're
meals,
homeless,
shoot up
you should
centers,
move here.
Narcan out the wazoo.
Well, yeah, they want your.
Seems like we support
Why did that come up
support
now?
merit and bring the true people with reason and can actually put forward logical argumentation. Should prioritize them rather than people that have thrown their lives away and are homeless
But
on the
that's what
streets.
the nation is. That's what the quote unquote
because I
nation
wrote
of
this for
California is
myself.
doing.
That's what I thought a republic
Hey,
would do.
salute
It's like-
to you, Bucket Button, and this is pertinent to what we're talking about. So I'll read this one. The people that don't believe in borders saying California is peak irony.
For the record, I said
Yeah.
California, and I do believe in borders.
Yeah, well, you
What the
fucked up there, didn't you?
Well, the irony is that the California
California also defund the
is
police.
well, no,
Mhm.
California is the one paying for that, right? They're the ones setting
No,
the
they
rules.
doubled the funding of the police. They tried defunding the police, but they're
No,
also
you know what it
done,
is? Is
so it
there?
doesn't work.
Yeah, then they realize they need them. That's the
Yeah, but
problem.
what's
Yeah.
the
With
rate
all
of
the
people
rioting.
moving out of
We
California?
need those
right?
water those hydrants in order to.
Because think about it this way. Think about this. Yeah. They're saying California and all this kind of shit. It's yeah, if they got rid of the social welfare, all this kind of shit, well, they're homeless anyway, so they're not really getting the welfares. But if you're pure capitalist, pure out and out global capitalist, why would you want American workers when you can get cheap labor from Mexico? This whole thing of if we all just became ANCAP, people wouldn't come here. No, cheap labor will still come into the country. These companies will still incentivize cheap labor to come into the country. It is what it is. California is the holiday state. Come on, money talk. Exactly. You know what I mean? Well, it depends on what way you define GOAT. Greatest of all time. But GOAT lives do matter. And hallelujah. Hallelujah, Shazzy. But this is what I'm saying, and this is what like I'm about 3 hours into the stream. I think it's safe to say it's like this is what I'm going to try to do to expose with this cunt. That like he actually is a fucking like out and out like fucking like lefty, but he's a subversive. So he's going to come in, he's going to sound like he's a right winger and all this kind of shit. He's going to say all this racist shit to try and get you to join in, and then like, see, told you the right wingers are racist. You know what I mean? What they do. Like, think about the San Diego shooting. Think about the manifesto. Multiple like pages right at the beginning. Oh, it's the Jews, Jews, Jews. And then they shoot up a fucking mosque. Why don't you shoot up a synagogue? Gay and transgenders degenerate, they said in the manifesto. But they were a gay transgender couple. Make it make sense. Makes sense. They're trying to stage an incident. They're like, oh, we're going to bring the MAGA movement down by doing this horrendous act.
Fire
Put out the riot fires.
After we stopped it because some fucking squirrel in the woods. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, California doesn't count for anything other than like what happens if you let a bunch of 3-year-olds build a nation.
But you
what?
Has a shit ton of votes.
That explains why you don't get the whole national part first.
I mean,
Well,
that in the
California
system,
is
you
a
shouldn't use
nation of
them as an
gays.
example.
I'd rather they do better than not. Would I not? As a nationalist, I want all my
Look.
nation to do good.
That's the thing. Like, not all nations are the
Southern
same.
Man, thank you for the $5. Says, please check out the economics of Leviticus in the Bible. Thank you very much, Southern Man.
I think not all nations are the same. For example, the nation of California is run by gays. Their agenda is a gay
But that's not a
nationalist
nation.
agenda.
That's not a nation.
Yes, it
That's a
is.
state.
You can't say
under
no. You
a
can't say
nation,
that's
bro.
not real
That's a
nationalism.
state.
I fully
bro.
support
Hold
California.
on. So, based on what you're saying, though, shouldn't the nation rail in California?
I would love if Trump did that. I would love that so hard. If he
So
did
you
like
do
20
agree.
Minnesotas.
Well, no, Trump.
Yep.
Trump is like pro-gay, man.
That's where it seems like
Yeah,
the
that's
take what I can get.
socialism part is kind of like like when you
All right.
said like
What
a
do you mean I
republic.
agree?
That's when I was kind of like, oh, okay, like a national republic versus a like socialism seems like it's more of a giving more power to the government, whereas a republic would be, you know, the government working more for the people, at least from what I'm kind of gathering.
Yeah, so like Johnny, the best way to go about this is that like when you're talking to like, you know, right wingers, like the name you should be pushing would be aristocratic national republicanism, and if you're talking to left wingers, it should be aristocratic national socialism, because the left wingers will identify more with the socialism, and you can get them with that just by forcing them to respect the limiting principle of the nation. Because if California all of a sudden start putting in nationalistic policies, that would be great. Even though you could say, okay, there's maybe too much government spending, all this kind of stuff, but the percentage of tax is always a negotiable thing, depending on what way you're in the system as well. With right wingers, it would be republicanism, like, and from that you'd have a huge majority between. There'd be a lot of the left wingers, a lot of their kind of like wants or desires would be addressed through socializing based on national security and national strength, and then on the right wingers you'd have the republic, taking care and prioritizing merit and reasoned argument and all this kind of stuff.
But Tarek, you're assuming California.
The unifying principle, comrades. That's the key thing here. You know what I mean? It is. Oh wait, you saying I'm talking shit, Shazzy? Saying I'm talking shit? I'm preparing for the debate tomorrow's, comrades. But in terms of like the thing here is like there's too much division, and it gets to a point where it's like if there's too much division, all of a sudden the fucking like shit starts getting violent real quick. So is there something that like is there some sort of like unification that we can like put together here between left wingers and right wingers where it's like, okay, right, this whole aspect of just looking out for me and like the fucking what you call it, like just putting capitalism first and all this kind of shit, that ain't good for the nation. Equally, like just worrying about socialism and everybody else and not worrying about yourself and like putting the nation first, that's the other aspect. Now a lot of people on the left wing think that right wingers are all about me, And that's why they do the whole virtue signals. Oh, I'd give my shirt to a stranger on the street and all this kind of stuff. If you can get them and convince them, okay, yes, okay, like this whole thing of like virtue, like that is a noble thing of virtue. But what are the principles? What is the limiting principle, especially? You know what I mean? Like once you kind of like get that unification and you basically swallow up everyone in the center and everyone like from like both left wing and right wing, and then you have like a unifying thing, and like the whole like united we stand, divided we fall. You know, I've always kicked with the right foot, never the left. Yeah, no, I get that. Like, there's obviously going to be like a priority system. You know what I mean? But if you can have, let's say, if the I got my wish, and the Democrats all of a sudden went along the lines of like National Socialism in quotes, and then the right wingers went National Republicanism. It doesn't matter then who actually gets in office, because you're like either way, it's like the nation is getting strengthened. You know what I mean? That's the unifying principle, is the nation. Because both the communists, they can't destabilize the nation now because you've such a overwhelming majority between the two parties, like and you have that cohesive glue of the nation. And then on the right wing as well, like these global capitalists that want to undermine the nation, do free trade and all this kind of shit, they don't get their way either. You basically exclude the extremes from both wings, and the nation gets strengthened, and it's all prosperous again. Do you know what I mean? Different priorities, obviously, depending on who gets in. But hopefully, like I said, it kind of, that's the way forward, I think. You know what I mean? And I was hoping that I was going to get more of a pushback than this, other than the whole semantic games, all this kind of stuff, you know? I don't trust anyone who loves the Pope, to be fair. Oh, 100%. That's why I've been doing more digging into the City of London, the Vatican, and the City of Jerusalem. Those are the three entities that control the West, so to speak. And those are the three entities that Donald Trump's actually against. But we'll have to wait and see, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see. Especially the way Europe's shaping out. Fuck me, man. I think it's like 2030 is when the shit's going. That's, I think, the guideline, at least, that the Eurocrats, as they call themselves, that's the timeline they have. That's what they've set us on. And I genuinely, like, even if I was in Donald Trump's position, why the fuck would I try to do anything to try and, like, save the Europeans? It's a tough enough job trying to save the Americans. You know? And it kind of sounds fucked up because, like, on the one end, like, I don't want to see Europe do what it's about to do. But I can understand, like, from an American's point of view, why the fuck should we have to spend blood and money and all this kind of stuff trying to save yous when you guys voted your way into this, you know? But like I said, you know, this is why I said, like, the more and more I think about it, like, one could make an argument, you know, one could make an argument. Speaking of which, I gotta play a double clip for this one.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
My fucking man, Jack of Blades on the Ko-Fi. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Jack of Blades with the $50 on the Ko-Fi. My fucking man, opening up the panel. And because we're doing the debates, we're doing all the good shit, let me give you a little bit of Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Oh shit, I was on mute. Fuck. Jack, my man, absolute gentleman and a scholar. Appreciate you kindly for that, sir. But hopefully this is one of the things that I'll be able to do tomorrow. Is to be able to expose this cunt to kind of saying, like, you actually don't have any principles. Like, you say you're an ANCAP, but you sound like a Democrat. You sound like an infiltrator. You know what I mean? Because how can you try to go into a right-wing circle and say, I actually don't want to be part of the nation? I'm actually against the nation. I'm against the state. I want anarcho-capitalism. You know what I mean? Like, you claim that you're, like, you hate California and all this kind of shit. Or you call California California. But you're not really against any of the policies that they put in place. Because anarcho-capitalism can't do shit to prevent mass immigration. Can't do shit to prevent... You want free trade. You want globalism. Like, all these globalist policies that the vast majority, if not all the right-wingers, the MAGA people are against, you're actually for with your political philosophy. Do you know what I mean? And then layer that on top of the whole, like, racism things. Layer that on top of the whole, like, Juiceburg and all this kind of shit. Bro, I think this dude is just trying to go in here to try and get people to rah-rah and all this kind of shit. Because I put out the... One sec. Let me actually dig this up. And hey, also we got Shazzy Bear as well. Un momento, por favore. Shazzy Bear with the $20 says, keep it up, Teriak. Let me play a shredding clip for that one, Shazzy. Appreciate you, Connie Shazzy. Thank you very kindly. And Jack as well says, I couldn't see you with an empty donut goal. Cheers, brother. Hey, mama. Mama.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
But just oh shit, I forgot to add that to the bar. Oh my god. Please be patient. My mom took Tylenols. But I was digging out the screenshot from I put this out in the Discord as well. Right? Okay, so if I just exhale this, put this in, that in, this in, right? This was I put this out like as a bolo, you know, or as one of those urgent messages they put out on the police lines and all this kind of stuff, right? This was a Reddit post, right? Why don't we all just join MAGA movement brainstorm and then non-violently destroy them from the inside? So much damage has been done in the past by those once very close to the golden baby. Imagine what we could do if we were behind the line. I know there isn't a literal sign-up sheet, but it would be easy enough to infiltrate local groups and then either sow dissent or get them paranoid about each other to the point that they would not even trust the members of their own cult. Sure, the Hispanics and most brown skin-colored folks won't get close, but the rest of us empathetic warriors sure could. Thoughts? So now these cunts that are coming in saying, "Oh, I'm a right winger. I'm an ANCAP. I'm a capitalist, just like you folk." You know what's the meme? This meme. Like, it's the most obvious shit I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'm sitting here kind of going like, you don't make any sense, bro. Like, you're not MAGA. You know, this whole thing, hello, fellow right-wingers. Like, this is what, like, I hear when these motherfuckers, like, say this shit. You know? Crazy. It's crazy that they think that, like, they can get away with this shit. It's like, oh, we're going to infiltrate the MAGA movement and sow dissent. And it's like, do you really think that we're retarded? Like, is that what's going on here? You know? Wait, my clip. Oh, this one? The, don't beat yourself up.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. Shout out to Shazzy. Absolute legend. But this is what I like. This is what I see with this. I'm not even going to call him Darth. This Thoranez. Right. One sec. Where is it? Wait. Why can't I? Oh, I'm sharing the whole window. Yeah, but don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future. Right. When I see cunts like this guy in the bottom middle here, this Thoranez guy saying, no, like only a true nationalist has to be a racist. It's like, okay, who thinks that all right wingers are racist? Like, he's a right winger, but he's against Trump. Why? You know what I mean? It's because that's what this dude is. How do you do, fellow right-wingers? You can smell it from a mile away. From a fucking mile away. So that my hope is to get to expose this dude. Like, why are you a right-winger? Why are you so concerned with MAGA people if you're an anarcho-capitalist? Because MAGA is about making America great again. And an anarcho-capitalist doesn't want a state. You don't want no regulation. You don't want no America. You don't want no nation. You know? They open their gobs, tells all. Exactly. Like I said, this whole thing of what would be the best way to put this? Like moths to a flame. You know? Like, notice, like, this dude was screaming in chat because it's like, I give them the temptation. I give them the thing that they think that they, oh yeah, like, he's talking about National Socialism. I can start twisting these guys into becoming Nazis. They're already there. They're already talking about National Socialism. But little did he know that this wee leprechaun was actually baiting these motherfuckers to come out into the light. You know what I mean? Get them to expose themselves. To see, okay, who's trying to like push and ram through the whole Nazism things and try to push people into becoming like radical and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? To play the great game, as it would say, you know? Because like I was saying to Jack, like we had this conversation a while back. Like it was like we were talking about kind of like I forget the how we got on the topic, but we're kind of talking about like I think like Jack was talking about like astral projection and shit like that. I think like we were talking about dreams and shit like that, where I kind of say, listen, like I can't really explain how I come up with certain ideas. Sometimes it just pops into my head, or I have a weird dream, and I'm like, wait, what? You know? And it's like I can't explain it. Like I've tried to explain it through the deductionist files, and I tried to like point out in the interrogation, like what am I seeing that's like alerting me of certain shit, and like how they're acting and all this kind of stuff. Like the best way I can kind of describe this cunt is like I'm trying to find words to describe what's giving me that like the spidey sense. Like that it's the only example I can kind of think of to try and describe it, because like people have asked me, it's like, how'd you do that thing that you do? Like when you're in debate, like, can you help me become a better debater? And I'm all I can really tell you there is like, just study reason, study the laws of logic, study valid argumentation, sound argumentation, the difference between the both. You know what I mean? And try to walk through examples of it and all this kind of thing. But like that whole kind of like sense thing where I'm like, nah, there's something off here. It's just like things like the certain words they use, and like the whole thing of like, okay, you're a right winger, but you hate and despise Trump. Okay, why? It's like this kind of inquisitive thing where they say certain things. I'm like, hang on a second. You know what I mean? The puzzle is not adding up here. 2 + 2 not equaling 4. You know? And it's like I said, like certain things that I posted there in the Discord as well, where I was like, listen, this is what their thoughts are, this is what their intent is. You know, like let's just join MAG and infiltrate and turn me against each other. You know what I mean? Now, little did they know, like I was calling out Tucker Carlson as soon as he went against Trump. I was like, this cunt is he's been paid off. He's flipped sides. He ain't for American, boys. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing, and you're going to see it where it's like a lot of these fucking like quote unquote right wingers, you know, these cunts are gonna come in, they're gonna be, you know, sucking up to anybody they can, anybody who'll listen. I'm a right winger just like you. You know, how do you do, fellow right wingers? And then they're just gonna try to push you into racism, push you into sounding like a schizophrenic, all this kind of shit. And the goal is to try and subvert the movement because they hate the nation. And a right-wing policy or a right-wing political philosophy that does not want the nation would be anarcho-capitalism. You know? Now, this cunt here, the dude that was debating was it Shankfest or where the fuck? He avoids all that he can. And I don't know if that was because he's in the debate or whatever, because to try and win the debate and all this kind of thing. But he tried to avoid it as much as possible to actually like list off a particular political philosophy and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? He mentions things like an isolationist and all this kind of thing. Which again, isolationists, there's multiple different ways to interpret that. Because Tucker Carlson also believes that they should be an isolationist. So you have to keep your wits about you. Everybody, and again, like try to get the message out, try to keep an eye yourself and see like any of the panels that you usually frequent and all this kind of stuff. You know, and like if it's on JS's thing or if it's on Abe's or whoever, like any of the boys. You know what I mean? If you notice any of these funny cunts that come up out of nowhere, brand new name or whatever, and they sound like the right wingers, but then they're pushing like a lot of racist shit, they're pushing a lot of all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Question them. Why are you supposedly a right winger but you're against Trump? You know, because there are quite skilled people at it. Like Nick Fuentes, be a perfect example. Oh, Trump's not doing enough. So I'm going to vote for Democrats so they can reopen the borders and shit can get 10 times worse. How the fuck does that work? You know what I mean? I'm going to shoot myself in the foot. So I don't want to walk anymore. Okay, but you're then stuck in the middle of the forest and now you can't walk because you shot yourself in the foot. Please explain how this is logic. Where's the logic here? Oh, but because in 2032, then we'll have, you know, our guy will be in. It's like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But let's dig a little deeper.
Yeah, isn't serving the interests of the nation. Wait, do you think homosexuals are not part of the American nation?
Yeah. So again, how do two homosexual men produce another person?
That's not the question. Don't answer the question with another question.
I'm actually.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get you to realize that like this whole thing of the nation isn't just like I'm just going to whack. It's not just I'm going to whack and it serves the nation without any reason.
Are
the reason why
part
the
of
reason
the
you didn't want to answer the question, so I will. The reason why homosexuality does not serve the nation is because two gay men cannot produce another person.
No,
But
I asked you.
a heterosexual, a straight man, and a straight woman creating a family that does continue on the nation. That does produce more people.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question. Are homosexuals part of the U.S. nation? Yes or not?
They do not reproduce.
Are they part
They do
of
not
the
serve
U.S.
the
nation?
nation.
Are they part
It
of
does
the
not
U.S.
serve
nation?
the.
Not
It
the
does not
question I
serve the
asked.
nation.
Not the question I asked.
Okay, it's a red herring.
No, you're just trying to dodge it. Got it.
So are
No, it's a fucking
people
red
part of the
herring,
I'm
nation?
terrible at
Are
it.
people who don't contribute to the greater good of the
I got
society?
you
part
on
of the
this.
nation?
By the way, I will answer the question.
Yeah.
No,
Nothing to
homosexuals
do.
are not part of the U.S. nation, and neither are blacks.
They are. Yeah.
What?
Oh my dear lord.
But this is why this debate is such a good debate, because it exposes the people who actually want to subvert what Donald Trump is doing right now. They'll come in,
Donald
they'll
Trump,
act like the
are
Nick
you like
Fuentes,
full
they'll act
flag
like the
MAGA?
racist, all this kind of shit, and say, "See, he's a right winger. Right wingers are racist."
Wait, do you think
Hey,
Donald
Terry.
Trump is acting in the interest of the U.S. nation?
Yes.
Are you
More than
serious
that.
right now? This has got to be a
100%.
troll, right?
Oh,
This
this
has got to be a troll.
I think it is.
This-
Bro,
No, I think he's
This is-
serious.
And
Terry,
that-
I don't know too much
No
about
way.
it.
Are
They subvert. They want to subvert the nation. They want to destroy the nation.
Wait, who do you think wants to destroy the nation? Me or Donald Trump?
You motherfucker.
You-
Me.
I'd
me.
agree with that.
Anarcho-capitalist.
discussing
Destroy the nation.
Who's closer to the founding fathers? Me or Donald Trump, the one who wants you to worship Israel?
Donald Trump.
Again, what,
Donald
how did
Trump's
Jews get,
Fathers
how did
wanted
Jews
us
get
to
involved
worship
in this?
Israel. Got it.
Oh
so
my
you get to
God.
assume intent, huh?
It all
You're
comes
the
back to
arbiter
Jews.
of that.
That's what
He
you don't
literally,
understand,
Donald Trump
Terry.
literally does that. He pulls out the chair from fucking
my dear Lord.
Netanyahu.
Oh,
That's
so you know him
worship.
personally?
It's on video, man. What the heck are you talking about?
Oh,
Like I said, this is
He rolls out the red
this is a good
carpet.
example of
It's
propaganda works.
That's not propaganda. That's him literally.
That is 100% propaganda.
Netanyahu.
It's propaganda, man.
Thor,
That's
I
not
am
falling
begging
into the
you-
hole.
You're
Thor, I am begging you, please give me like a 6-hour monologue of you just. I want to hear everything that goes on.
I'm sure
I
you
want
do.
Every machination of your mind, because
Sub to my
it
channel.
would be such a good case study.
Sub
I'm
to
gonna.
my channel.
Don't worry,
I
I'm
will.
gonna
I
watch
will
it.
put it up.
Bunch
You're
of
gonna have
ass
at least
kissing.
one view on that video. That's gonna be 100% through. Terry,
Hey, real quick. First off, I want to say thank you for joining us and the Bears over here tonight on the Speakeasy Show.
Also, I just want to give a shout out to Jack for that. Way he was saying, Jack was not buying a single fucking word that cunt was saying. Jack was like Donald Trump, like straight away. Like, who do you think? Who do you think is more aligned with the nation, me or Donald Trump? Donald Trump, 100%. You know what I mean? Not a moment doubt from Jack. You know what I mean? Because, like, and this is the thing, right? Like this whole thing of like. I just noticed the whole thing, like blacks and gays aren't part of the nation. I tried to compare it to like what Andrew would talk about. Or what Jim Bob or any of these would talk about. Like even when I went back and forth in terms of the our gays part of the nation, it's like, well, you're not going to prioritize homosexuality as a nationalist because they're not going to reproduce more people. You're going to prioritize the nuclear family. You know what I mean? And like this whole thing of like, who was more aligned with the founding fathers? Well, clearly Donald Trump, because he's doing the American system as opposed to playing into the British imperial system, playing into the globalists. That's what an ANCAP, like global capitalists, that's their right wing thing. And this is what I said at the very get go off the debate. Yes, we know that communism is delusion, but what right wingers need to realize is that there is a path to quote unquote communism from the right wing, which is this anarcho-capitalism. This is like get rid of the state and just focus on capitalism, all this kind of shit. It will undermine the nation. But how can you say that you're a racist and you want the border, right? Well, how would you enforce that border if we get rid of the state? It don't make no motherfucking sense. You know what I mean? But let's hear more from Lil Hand Speakeasy.
Second, if you could please go ahead, hit that like, hit that sub, and go ahead and hit that notification bell so you can continue to get notified when we have new streams, new videos, and new shorts. Also, if you would like to help us out with the Dono Goal, our daily Dono Goal helps us out with staff members, giveaways, prize nights, and much other things. Plus bringing you daily quality content. Also, one more thing. You could also become an official bear, hit that membership, and become a member for $4.99 a month. But here's the most important part. I want to say thank you just for being here. Much love and God bless to you all. I think we need to get back to the show.
Derek, I got a question for you. How, like, you...
Before we get to that question, we got Bandit saying, that woman last night was annoying as hell. Couldn't stop long enough to hear the question being asked for it to answer. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's good practice. It's genuinely good practice. Like I was kind of like showing off in this debate as well. Like these people just like pull shit out of their fucking hole and just throw it and like Hail Mary. And that's why, like, you know, looking things up, fact checking on Google or AI or whatever, to hold them to the standard of honesty, and then you call them out saying, you're a lying motherfucker. You know what I mean? And Shazzy's making the special cinnamon tea. Anyone want a cup? Does anyone else want a cup? Let her know now. Appreciate you, Shazzy.
You sound like diehard Trump fan. I actually don't really know your views on him. What do you think of him, and what do you?
I'm a
what's my
nationalist.
Idea?
Yeah,
but Trump specifically is my question. I actually don't know. I'm curious.
The tariffs. I love the tariffs because with tariffs you're able to protect your domestic industries. Reindustrialize in America. This whole thing of like Taiwan's no longer an issue if America's able to produce its own microchips. Pro-family, like putting tax incentives, supporting like family homes, making it easier for American families to have homes. Like fundamentally, like having a net negative border crossings is again net negative immigration again is preserving the nation. So in terms of like the aspect here, he's killing it on all these fronts. But like we've kind of went over, we have subversives who wants to come in and say, yeah, black people, Jews, all this kind of shit, which again is all irrational mumbo jumbo.
Okay. So are you a nationalist in like all regards, or is it only certain places? Like I know you're not a big fan of Somalia for obvious reasons after I talk. Like I guess nationalist across the board, or Western nations are better, I guess. What's your...
The world would operate better if everyone was if all these countries had national sovereignty, which they don't have. Once you understand what the British imperial system is.
Yep.
I mean, I think Trump proved that every nation has its own national sovereignty because international law is just a joke that we all collectively pretend to agree to.
So this is, oh my god, man. Oh my god. Like this whole kind of like aspect of the American system wants all other nations to be sovereign, to industrialize themselves so we don't have to fucking worry about them. You know what I mean? A world full of like sovereign nations means globalism can't happen. Can't have a one world government if everyone has their own sovereign nation. Everyone has their own fucking crop of land, all this kind of shit. And in terms of like the question posed there in terms of Somalia, like for me personally as an Irishman, I don't give two fucks about Somalia. But also in terms of immigration, if Somalia actually industrialized, developed themselves and became a strong sovereign nation themselves, well then that's less fucking Somalians coming over here. You know what I mean? Because they actually have something to go about their own fucking like business and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But this whole thing where this dude comes in, I'm an ANCAP. Fuck the blacks, fuck the Jews, fuck the gays. Like, okay, you're just like a stereotype of what you think a right winger is. You know what I mean? And then even like his whole aspect where it's like, yeah, well, Trump just showed the international law is bullshit, which is, yeah, it's anti-globalist. Trump's whole foreign policy is to like basically derail this whole globalist infrastructure.
I think I mostly agree with you on just about all those points. Trump is basically the best president we've had in like 20 some odd years. I won't really agree on the housing front, but the housing market is such a weird and kind of America specific issue. It's hard to understand if you're not in the housing market itself.
Well, it's not due to a lack of land.
No, it's not due to a lack of land. It's mostly due to developers. It's mostly due to HOAs are actually like the bane of America's home ownership existence. And then it's due to primarily boomers that are old as dirt trying to sell their $20,000 house for $3 million nowadays. My parents bought a house 10 years ago for $400,000. It's now worth 5 times what they bought it for. They could buy every house on my block for less than the equity in their house.
Yeah, but a part of it's also a consequence of the corporations buying up land, and then that's something else to like Donald Trump for, is he actually put a stop to corporations using their staff to actually buy up residential housing and trying to use it for commercial purposes.
Yep, that is a great Trump win. I actually was really surprised. I didn't think he was going to go that way on that. But
I could see it because he promotes the same stuff every time if you actually listen to Trump.
Now compare this to what Theranos says, where this whole thing of like, Trump's completely against America and all this kind of shit. He's the worst president ever. Like, I'm all for America because I'm racist, essentially. Like, again, has no clue about what Trump's actually doing. He watches the clip of, you know, the chair thing, ignores the fact that, like, Trump came out and said, like, Bibi will do what I fucking tell him to do. You know what I mean? He's a great man, but he'll do what I tell him to do. And like I said, like all the stuff that I listed there, like reindustrializing America, shutting down the free trade with the tariffs, shutting down the border with net negative immigration. You know what I mean? But this dude's gonna come in and tell us like, no, like what America actually needs is racism. Like all this like stereotypical shit that like lefties call right wingers. That's where I'm like, this dude's a fucking plant. He's a fucking subversive.
I'm fucking businessman, dude.
He's actually wanting good shit for people.
The huge problem is that it's more beneficial, or it's a better way to preserve your wealth than leaving it in the bank. That's why you see like of BlackRock and all these like venture capitalists buying up like residential land, because it basically is a better way to like retain your wealth. Because as you've seen, like in terms of the housing market and all this kind of stuff, but because we have Bitcoin now, that's why the Bitcoin strategic reserve, when all is said and done, is going to pay off the U.S. national debt.
Well, the whole reason corporations like BlackRock are able to scalp, because that's what they're doing essentially, scalping homes. And the reason they're able to do home scalping is because there's a limited supply. Now the question is, why is there a limited supply of housing? It's not because the housing companies who make these houses said, oh, it's unprofitable, now we can't make it, we lost the technology. No, it's because government said, because due to EPA or NIMSY regulations, we can no longer build new houses. So it is due to regulation that killed the industry.
Yeah, top-down regulation makes it pretty.
Zoning laws and
yeah,
yeah,
not just at the national level, state level, community level, and that's actually the problem. Is the compounding effect of that is, you have your local HOA, you have your county regulations, you have your state regulations, you have your national regulations, and then every time you change counties, somehow every single one of those change because that county is registered as a different type of county as opposed to the other one, and it balloons out so fast. That's why it's basically impossible to get a prefab house these days. Like, you know, you used to be able to order a house over an IKEA and just build it on a weekend on your property. You can't do that anymore. Trust me, I've tried.
But my environment.
Yeah.
Evil corporations destroying my environment.
Which is a globalist policy.
Yep. That's why he pulled out of the climate agreement.
Climate Accords.
See,
My man Jack. You know what I'm saying? Like, there I am on the front lines, and Jack's there up on the building with the old sniper. You know what I mean? Give me cover, you know? Absolute beast. Shout out to Jack.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
Exactly. Wait till I lose the weight as well. Get the carnivore into you. Maybe a little bit of green tea as well if you want some caffeine. I think green tea is healthier than coffee. I'm not sure. But if you want to avoid coffee and still get caffeine, I'm pretty sure green tea, there's caffeine in green tea as well, you know? Food for thought. Quite literally.
I still want to. I never got the chance to argue with you that climate is a globalist policy because all of the EU nations, and not EU as a whole, the individual nations of the EU, argue climate change as a national crisis. They argue it as, we're not going to have air for our children to breathe in 20 years or 30 years or whatever it is. And, you know, everyone's going to die of climate change. That's their national interest.
And again, this is the whole thing. It's like they might argue that it's like national interest and all this kind of shit, but it's an unsound argumentation. Meaning the premises are false. And this is the whole thing of like what they tried to do here. You know what I mean? And it's very interesting that Theranos and Skankfest, they seem to have the same goal here.
Did you mean global?
Yeah, so like in terms of like the carbon
you die
production
in Britain,
in the
you
atmosphere. Yeah, like that's why.
No,
like, there's a huge
it's
push on
complete
stuff, but
bullshit. I'm not advocating for it, but
to
what I'm saying is that's
deindustrialize.
what they argue for.
Yeah.
That's their argument that they present.
But it's a scam to deindustrialize all these nations, right? And then on the flip side, there is like some level of like environmental. You don't want corporations to be able to dump, like think like The Simpsons when like Mr. Burns is dumping all this radioactive waste into the local lake. You want to make sure that you have policies in place that they're not able to do that. You know what I mean? Yeah. But this whole thing of like the carbon tax, that's a scam.
Give me some leeway here. Hypothetically, if there was a guarantee provided by competent people saying that the world will end unless you deindustrialize or do XYZ for green energy crap, would it not be in the national interest to do that?
No, because all this is based off projections.
And
predictions and all this kind of shit.
If you can't trust projections by your experts, what can you use as a foundation for your nationalist policy?
Well, we can look at like the sea level rise, the fact that despite the fact that they claim that the sea levels are rising and all this kind of shit, we see all these wealthy individuals, all these banks and all this shit set up project developments on beachfront property.
Look,
Okay.
whether the premises
you're
are true or
arguing the
false.
hypothetical. You're not arguing in the context of the hypothetical. Is my point.
But what you said here, like whether or not the premises are true or false, it would still be an unsound reason. Goes against my whole aristocratic National Socialism. You know what I mean?
If the hypothetical is if it could be proven that the world will end unless we deindustrialized green energy, all this bullcrap, would it not be in the national interest to do that?
It would
that's
not
the
make
position
sense.
held by these countries.
We're
It
not
would
saying
make
the
sense
premises
to
are true.
deindustrialize. Why would it not make sense if
Yes,
hypothetically?
then it is it would, because see what I done there? It's like hypothetically, if it was provably true, right? If it sorry, not even if it was provably true, if it was true, right? Then say, well, this is what these countries are doing. So you're trying to tie that back to the reality. But in reality, we know how they tried to justify this, where the premises are not true, which means it's not sound reasoning. This the whole thing is like, well, hypothetically, if it was true, would you? It's like, well, sure, yeah, hypothetically, but it's not. Be an invalid argument. Sorry, it would be an unsound argument.
How is the
Look,
hypothetical
we're
unsound
granting
if
the
they prove it?
premises.
If they,
We're
for
not
instance,
saying
if they
it's
could
true.
prove that the sea level is rising, that would change. That would strip out your foundation, right?
Yeah,
That
the
would
key
prove
thing is that
the
you're
world
saying
will-
it's a reasonable argument.
Yeah, you're acting like it. You're saying like, well, if in a hypothetical, if a meteorite's going to strike Earth, unless we put in, $10 trillion into the NASA program to actually get everyone off the planet, would that be the thing to do? It's like,
No,
well,
I could present you the hypothetical that a meteorite is guaranteed to be coming at the U.S. and ask you if it's in the national interest to do something about that, and would you say yes? It is in the national interest to stop a
Yes,
meteorite
to
from
protect
hitting
the
country?
people. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
then-
hypothetically, all of these European countries are acting in line with their national interest by deindustrializing and doing
No.
green. They are acting wholeheartedly as though this is
then
the
why are they? Then why are they not
I'm not saying they're
controlling the
right.
rest of the
I'm
world?
saying this is the premise they are operating.
Yeah.
with.
Terry,
You
you
have to
gotta
agree with
unreasonable.
countries where they are.
It's unsound.
It's unreasonable
not-
to believe 500 million.
What's the
peoples,
difference?
nations,
What's the difference between
opinions.
an unsound and a sound argument?
That the
Tell me,
premises have
I
to
don't
be
do
true.
any formal debates.
Yeah. So again, like this hypothetical that you're presenting is by definition unreasonable.
No, we're
What makes it
granting
unreasonable?
because he's saying that we're like he's not getting that we're granting the premises to be true, even though we're not saying they're in fact true. But we're
Yeah. What they're saying is like hypothetically, if it was sound reasoning, would you go along with it, or would it be national interest? It's like, yes, but in reality, it's not. Because what they're going to do is like, hypothetically, would you say, okay, yeah, well, then that's what they're operating off. And then they try to say, gotcha. But it's like, what they're meaning or what they're actually making is unsound argumentation.
saying
I feel like
the
Andrew
Nash-
Wilson was
Yes.
I'm saying
So,
hypothetically.
yeah, so what you're saying is hypothetically, this could be the case. So ergo, this
That
is
is-
the case.
No, they
I'm
believe
not
it to
saying
be
it
true.
is the case. Yeah, they are operating under
Yes,
that
but in
hypothetical.
reality, we know that it's a scam.
100%.
We know that. They don't believe that.
Yeah.
But even
Which
in your
means they're not
hypothetical,
operating
you apply
in
to
the
it,
national
no one-
interest.
Yeah,
By the
they're
same-
global.
By
No,
your
they
same
believe they
metric-
believe they are
by the
because it,
same
Let's
metric of
fucking
your
go.
unreasonable argument.
They can believe whatever they want.
Yeah,
No, that's-
Yeah, they believe they are. They're not actually. Because, again, their argumentation is based off. What the fuck did they call it again? Like predictions. Like, that's all it is. Like, they get some fuzzy math together, they throw it together, and they say, yeah, see, these scientists are predicting that we're going to blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But in all actuality, they're not.
They're the ones that control the country. You better
Let's
care what they
fucking
believe.
go.
It's okay. So they believe it to be true. That their science says, "Hey, this is gonna
Just because
happen."
they believe it doesn't make it
Hold
true.
up, hold up.
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll finish.
You love to
All right.
see it. You
I
love
want
to
you
see
to
it.
entertain the hypothetical for me for like 30 seconds here. So you said if it was true that it could be verified that climate change is going to end the world, that we have to do all this deindustrialization, green energy crap, and you said, or sorry, entertain that hypothetical for 30 seconds. Is that the correct course of action if that was true?
If you can get everyone on board in the world, not just in a nationalist policy, but in the world, then sure, yeah. So now what is the actuality of getting everyone in the world to agree, hey, oil bad, green energy good, we need to stop oil now?
Let's see where he goes with Johnny. So, okay, I grant,
But anyways,
One sec.
What the fuck was that? Why did you come back and just totally interrupt and didn't even acknowledge the host's fucking thing, dude? Like, you just so self-interested that like you have to have that.
I'm completely run by self-interest. Sorry, it's kind of my limiting principle.
Yeah, which guesses don't work. So I grant the whole thing, Shank. Where does that get us?
Well, now we can move on to the next step of you dispute it on a statistical or database basis. Now, what's stopping that from happening in the inverse, where they dispute you and they operate in that methodology instead? Like, just because you guys, like, even if you can prove one side or the other, there's a fundamental disagreement. One of them is at the nation state operational level, and you are not at the nation state operational level. So do you understand what I mean when I say the nation state, while it may have the best interest in mind, it is operating clearly down the wrong path and clearly going, into a non-productive means for the society?
No, I granted the hypothetical. Where does that get us in terms of modern day? In terms of the actual, like, in reality?
That gets us at the point was that you just admitted that countries at a nation state level can be wrong. And so if a nation can be wrong, the national interest can be wrong. And if the national interest can be wrong, then the national interest is not what you should use as your limiting principle.
Yes, because again, we can use his argument in terms of the self-limiting principle. You could be wrong that this is in your own self-interest. Like, for example, like bitches that get the abortion. Like, they could think that this is the right decision, but they could be wrong. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing where they throw, it's like, yeah, but you could be wrong though, ergo you're wrong. And it's like, no, because what I'm pointing out is that their argumentation is unsound. What I tried to do at the very beginning, because I knew where this was going. I was like, they're using unsound argumentation. And they can't say that I'm wrong, because by definition, they're literally using unsound argumentation. The premises are not proven to be true. It's a prediction. They're using unreasonable argumentation. They're using projections that cannot be founded in actual fact or reality.
Yeah,
like I gave the example of the beachfront property.
So nations are capable of being wrong.
You say we're granting the premises.
No, like
He's
again,
granting the hypothetical.
I've already granted the hypothetical and say yes, like this, like if the world was going to end and we needed to do mass deindustrialization, all this kind of shit, I granted that, and now you're trying to do the thing that I presume that you're going to do is like, well, what happens if the EU is actually right? And I'm trying to give you the rationalization that they're just operating off projections. There's no actual facts behind it.
No, I'm not
just projections. Like, let's say the temperature's going to rise X amount and all this kind of shit.
The idea that the EU is right. I'm actually with you on agreement. I think the EU is completely wrong. The climate
yes, because it's which would mean that they're not operating in the best interest of the nation. This is why I like granting their argument and just say, yep, take me down the path, bro, and I'll correct you. And then they're like, yeah, but hypothetically, you said yes. It's like, yes, because hypothetically, if they actually did have sound reasoning, then you would have a case. But they don't have sound reasoning, which means you don't have a case. And then they try to do is like, yeah, but they believe they're true. I don't give a fuck about what you believe. I don't give two fucking shits what you believe. I care about reason. I care about evidence. Unreasonable.
So then why are you presenting the hypothetical?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, Johnny. It's like, yeah, but hypothetically, if they were right, it's like, yes, but they're not.
It was my response, and then you even state it like
no, for the sake of the argument,
nation
granting the premises.
The EU is wrong, and their national interests are wrong because that's the premise that they're operating under.
Yeah, and then then you're also saying that, well, then you wouldn't follow that interest, or it'd be out of your interest to not follow the national interest, which is what we all said from the very beginning when you presented the hypothetical. We were all against it. We were the other nations, and you were the one trying to promote the green energy being good, whatever.
No, I was operating under the national interest origin. You would say that the self-interest of the individuals is to ignore the national interest because the national interest says we need to do this green energy.
They either don't know what aristocratic means, or they don't know like what like national interest means. Or like I said, they're basically subversive and they're just trying to use whatever tool they can. Trying to like beat you down. You know what I mean? But once you understand what reason is and why, you know, sound reasoning is the gold standard, these tricks don't work.
Stuff.
No, you're the one that's saying the self-interest. I'm saying the national interest.
I tried flipping the system around to give you an internal critique, and I must have.
No, you definitely missed the Elliot. It's all right.
Yeah.
Put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it, man. I get it.
Yeah.
No, like it would follow that if the premises are true, then if the nation says, "Hey, we're going to put all this,"
it would follow that if the premises were true, they would be operating in the national interests. But the premises aren't true. They're unverifiably true. You cannot verify. Sorry, they're unfalsifiable. Meaning they're not using sound reasoning. Meaning they're not operating in the national interest. Sound reasoning, gentlemen and ladies. Sound reasoning.
environmental regulation, yes, it would be behaving within the national interest because the premises are true.
Yes, I granted that.
And that's what the that's
and
what
then
I'm
I said,
arguing.
okay, where does that take us?
I'm arguing
then-
with you that that's what the countries are operating under. That's what the nations are operating under. That's what the nations are calling their national interest. Their limiting principle national interest.
But it's not
We
true in
agree.
reality.
I
Like you're
know
saying,
it's not true.
hypothetically,
Look,
if they were
I'm
true, and I said,
granting it.
yes, in that case, you would want your nation to look out for its
now
people.
I'm lifting the hypothetical. We agree it's not true. The nations disagree with us. They think they wholeheartedly act as though it's true. So the
They believe-
national interest is that green energy
It's untrue.
is the only way to survive.
My
But
guy,
that
within
doesn't
the
change
hyper-
their
So it's
interest.
untrue.
They can
My
be wrong, but that's still their interest.
Are you operating within the hypothetical premises to be true? Yes or not? Because you're flip
I
flopping.
just one sec. I just granted you that in the hypothetical, I would say, yeah, sure. If this was true, if we were about to get hit by a meteor or whatever the fucking hypothetical you want, yes, they want the nation to act in its interest. But currently, right now, in reality, these nations are not acting in their national interest.
Yes, but
Okay,
they.
so your argument, your argument is that nations are not acting in their own national interest currently in the in Europe.
Yes, they're not sovereign nations. The
They're not
EU
acting in their
supersedes
own
the
national
nation.
interest.
The national policy gets is secondary to the EU policy.
Even Britain or Ireland, the UK,
Yes.
Canada is Canada part
they're
of the EU?
subject to the EU.
Yes.
I don't understand the distinction of how because
It's like a
they're simply
conspiracy.
wrong that makes them a globalist interest instead of a national interest. Because hypothetically,
Because they're not using sound reasoning. It's confirmation bias. They're only pulling from scientists that agree with predetermined policies. And again, like I said, this is where you kind of like question whether or not they're actually retarded or they're more nefarious. This cunt right there is definitely nefarious. Coming from the
they're
dude
right,
that
but
said
the
Trump is
nationalists-
serving Israel, that sounds like a conspiracy. This
Yes,
is
that is
Like I said, it all comes down to the
This
propaganda.
is-
How is Trump not serving Israel?
Here, maybe we
Yeah.
can steal me on this thing. Like,
Propaganda.
Like as an individual, just out of curiosity, like him by
He's
himself is just doing it?
taxing. He's taking away U.S.
He's
tax
secretly
money
Jewish.
and literally giving it to Israel.
How do you feel about the color orange? Just out of curiosity.
I love
You
it.
know-
Cheetos are delicious.
Orange man
Cheetos.
bad.
I don't eat snacks.
so, just trying to run this back here. You present the hypothetical of green energy being the way that we should, if we want to save our nation. That's what we have to use of green energy, correct?
No,
Yes.
what the elites in the what
No.
the elite who are currently in power of the nation think the science is correct that if we don't implement these green policies, the world is doomed. So they're implementing these green policies based on the premise.
Yeah, so notice there was like we're operating in the hypothetical that this would be acting in the national interest. Then he changed it, they are operating, they is operating. They've changed from would, the conditional, would versus is. This is why I keep going back to, in reality, hypothetically is the would. The woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's the hypothetical realm. We're operating back into reality. And this is, like I said, you have to be very careful. Because this is like the snaky shit that they try to do. They switch between the hypothetical and then reality, back to hypothetical, back to reality again. Would and is two different things. Same way you cannot get a should from an is.
As being true. So the elite think it's true. We're not saying it's true in reality, but within the minds of the elite.
Well, now you're throwing the we think in there. Before you said if
Yeah,
this
you're throwing in belief.
Now you're turning it into now you're giving it room
That's
for
what
error.
No, that's what they believe to be true. They believe it to be
But
true.
it is unreasonable. It is not sound reason. Meaning you question motive.
They act as though it is true.
Yeah, before I thought you said that if like we needed to do this, like if green energy was the way to save America or whatever.
If it actually was true,
Let me clarify.
then yeah, you'd
So
want the nation to go on green energy, but we know
if
it's not true.
hypothetically, yada yada yada, it
the
was
elite,
true.
the ones who are in power, think it's to be true 100%.
Sorry, give me 10 seconds here. So theoretically, if it was true, yada yada yada, you guys said if that was the case, then that would be the correct course of action. What I'm saying is apply this hypothetical to the leaders of the nations of these European countries, Britain, Spain, France, yada yada, Germany. That is the premise upon which they are operating.
But that premise is untrue, which means it's unsound reasoning.
But
An unsound argument.
They've accepted the hypothetical. Whether or not they're right or wrong is irrelevant. That's the premise upon which they're operating. They're
No,
operating
that
as though, they're operating as though they.
So reality is
Hypothetically, if I was right, would I be right?
They've accepted the hypothetical.
No, answer the question. Hypothetically, if I was right, would I be right?
No.
We're granting the
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
What I'm saying is the leaders of these nations have granted the hypothetical. Does that make sense?
In that hypothetical, the nations would be acting in the best interest of the nation, but in reality, they're not.
Now the argument I'm making to you is that the leaders of these nations have seen that same hypothetical and granted it. So they're operating under the principle that we acknowledged was reasonable in the hypothetical.
No.
So the Green Deal,
it by definition is unreasonable. If they just say, I grant that the premises are true, that's unsound reason. You're just saying, oh yeah, I'm granting it's true. That's reasonable, right? No, that is not reasonable. Jazzy enjoying the smoke, cup of tea. Love to see it. You love to see it. Because the premises are not proven to be true, meaning it is unsound. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
Look,
are we
we
saying that the
understand
leaders
that
are
you
acting
don't think
completely
it's
logically?
sound.
No.
Oh my
I didn't
God.
say they were acting logically. I said
More
they're operating
preferences.
under this premise.
It's not perfect.
Yeah, so what does aristocratic mean?
You can't guarantee aristocratic at all times, and you
Rule
can't
by
guarantee that it
reason.
exists right now.
Meaning, if it's unsound reasoning,
Now you're
it
the
gets
one
ruled
living in a
out.
hypothetical.
How am I living in a hypothetical?
Because you assume everyone in charge of a country is the most reasonable person and the most qualified and the most highest
Yes.
IQ or something like that.
Reasonable meaning sound reasoning.
You're just
And these are
assuming
people
they're the
operating-
reasonable.
Which means the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises, and the premises are proven to be true.
And you're hypothetically saying
You're
that
asserting the
exists right now
conclusion.
today.
I'm not hypothetically saying anything. You're the one that brought in the hypothetical, and even when I granted it, then you said, "Well, let's just oppose it back to reality." Even though I constantly said,
I'm
in
not opposing
reality,
it to
they're not
reality.
operating off sound reasoning.
I'm
No,
making
it
a
wasn't even so much that, Teriyaki. He changed the hypothetical.
You're
Originally, it
assuming the
was if it
conclusion
was
because
true that the
best
green
is going to be
energy.
subjective.
All right,
But
can
the-
someone weigh in here? Am I saying this right? Am I just like
Go ahead, Johnny.
That's
unable
why we were
to
trying to
say?
steel man it for you, man, because like you changed your hypothetical. But originally, it was if we knew that it was the green energy was the only way to save our country or whatever, and we had to follow that, would that be the good thing to do? And we all said, okay, in that hypothetical, if we knew green energy was going to save our country, then we would follow. Then yes, we seeded that, we gave it to you, and then you said, okay, well now what if the other nations oppose that view?
No. That's not what I
That's not what
said.
it was
Okay,
said.
maybe that's where we're confused. So I'm telling you now that I believe, and if you look at the track record, I think it's
Believe.
supported by,
You
and
keep
I
using
can,
believe.
I can provide evidence for this if you would like. I can go into detail. My point is that the leaders of these nations are operating under the premise of that hypothetical. Does that make sense to you? They
But I
act
Are these
believe you're
as
wrong.
premises
though
proven
they
to be
act-
true?
They believe it to be true.
I didn't.
There it is
Are they
again.
proven
Believe.
to be true?
Yeah, and I believe
Every
you to be
time.
wrong.
Shout out to Jack, yo. There it is again, boys. There it is. There it is, boys. The believe. You're sneaking in believe. I don't give a fuck about if you believe it's true or not. I give a fuck about whether it's proven to be true. You know what I mean? And Johnny does have got a good ear too. He's got a good ear too. But let's listen in to Jack again. Look at this. Look at this.
Be true.
I didn't.
There it is
Are they
again.
proven
Believe.
to be true?
Yeah, and I believe
Every
you to be
time.
wrong.
Keep using believe now.
Not to be true.
So help
That's
us
just
out
based
with
on
this
your belief.
hypothetical. Make it concrete. Give us
you
a yes
haven't
or no. It
proven
either is true or it is not true.
You need to prove
Just
their
try to-
science is
Is it-
wrong before you can
is
claim
it true that
It's not
carbon
just a
levels are
belief of
rising?
yours.
No.
This
No.
is a
Yes, you
concrete one.
do.
Is it provable that carbon levels are rising?
No, you need to prove without a shadow of doubt that if we do not switch to green energy, that we will be wiped out. Where's the proof?
Carbon
Applying
levels
this
go
because
up.
you asked for something concrete.
More water.
Is
Okay,
it
well, then-
concrete
then-
that we
well-
can prove that CO2 is rising?
You know how many years they've been saying this shit?
At what rate? What is the
Just never
current rate
fucking
of
happened.
CO2? How
Is Al
much has it
Gore
risen?
saying
Do you have that number? Because I'm pretty sure it's like
only-
0.002 over the last
raised
like
by, like-
25
Yeah,
years.
so
And the optimal
minuscule.
CO2 you want in the atmosphere is 2%.
Yeah, it's raised by like 10%, but it's not significant at all as a percentage. But the point is, I can present to you a chart, a scientific study saying it is provably true that carbon CO2 levels are rising. You
Is
can't
that
argue
bad?
with manufacturer.
By
What was
such
the
a
one
small
sec?
percentage. Like, over time, it doesn't mean
what was
shit.
the original thing? What was the original premises we need to prove?
I'm not a climate alarmist, but that's
I
just a
wasn't
simple
asking you to
fact.
prove any
That
premises. I
switching,
was asking
yeah,
you
that
to
switching to
Not
green
facts.
energy was the only way to save the nation. This is the whole thing of like, then we get into valid reasoning, right? Saying that premise one, the carbon is increasing. Conclusion, we need to switch to green energy, otherwise we're fucked. That's not valid. Because as we're trying to point out, CO2 can go up as far as 2%. In greenhouses, they have to pump CO2 into the fucking greenhouse. Because the optimal level for plants is 2% and we're at 0.004 or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Unfucking believable. You know what I mean? And this is what like tomorrow's probably going to descend down into, but like I said, I gotta prepare for the worst, as they say, folks. You know what I mean? Also, welcome into Jungle. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Hey, Teriak, glad you could join us. Chat is better than Teriak. Can't lie. Can't lie. No word of a lie, sir. Welcome in, sir. We're doing a bit of science and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, cries for heat. Yeah, but and Shazzy will tell you as well. When we get a bit of good sun, oh my God, Ireland is like one of the best countries. One of the best countries. You know, one of, not the best. You know, but it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing with a bit of sun in Ireland. Oh. And you're saying, well, CO2 is rising.
I wasn't asking you.
That does not prove that the nation's going to get wiped out.
Wait, if we're not all underwater, we're
I
not
get
going to get wiped out.
Logic's hard.
Yeah.
Like we're trying to help you engage with
For
this.
some
type of
people, it
thing.
is,
Yeah,
apparently.
like this is just like you're just trying not to.
I don't
get the
think you guys
argument.
are understanding. I'm not asking you to like just presume liberalism is correct. I'm asking you to presume that someone believes liberalist views to be correct.
Once again, believe. You keep using believe.
We want to follow you on the train here,
Your
but we're not
position.
laying the tracks
You,
for us,
you
man.
have
Lay
to
the
you have
tracks.
to debunk their science and prove your science.
I'm not making a proven fact-based argument. I'm making a person exists in the
Feels
world
argument.
that believes something argument.
Yeah.
A
Do you think
hypothetical,
that
right?
belief.
people believe this is hypothetical?
Belief
yes.
is not objective truth.
You have belief too,
I'm
man.
not
You
talking
believe they're
about
wrong.
that, man.
You have to prove they're wrong.
Yes, all I have to do is prove that they're using unsound reason, meaning it gets fucked out the window. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. And as the CIA would say, Shazzy, I can neither confirm nor deny. But anyways, let's get on to, because I do need to wrap up pretty soon. Need to get something to eat, get prepared for this debate, as they say. God damn, but it is a massive event. It is a massive event, Shazzy. To be fair, like a lot of big names there. Obviously, your boy Andrew Wilson, all this good stuff. You know, like I think like Destiny, Erudite, Andrew, Dinesh D'Souza is going to be there. And it's like I think the first day is like religion, the second day is like more kind of political and stuff like that as well. It's gonna be a massive event. It's gonna be a massive event. So if you can, ladies and gentlemen, get your ass to Dallas on July 27th/28th. But what we want to do here is, because this is basically the same link that I have for the notes and all this stuff. So what we want to do here now is to say, what is the political philosophy of ANCAP? We also want to say list the benefits and negatives. List the benefits and negatives. Then compare it to the political philosophy of the aristocratic National Socialism we have. Then point out how ANCAP can be used as a subversive method by communists to undermine/destroy the nation, and how they align quite well with communists. Oh, okay. One sec. We need to. I think we were soak. I know just a bad time right now. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, what? I like. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm not right. Oh, you're talking about the plane ticket. Oh, plane ticket is $1,000. Tickets are $250. Yeah, I was thinking maybe $1,000 thing, but like I was thinking about the big names. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, but damn, that's actually pretty cheap. You know? And $350 for VIP. Makes sense. But Shazzy's talking about the airplane ticket. Flights are expensive as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. $250 US, baby. You're just paying for the jet fuel these days. Flight only really costs about $100. Fair point. Goddamn Strait of Hormuz. But like, this is another thing as well. Like, a lot of people say it's like, oh, like the Strait of Hormuz, it's all Donald Trump's fault. It's not Donald Trump's fault. Goddamn City of London's fault. They said, oh, we're not going to insure the ships, and that's why the ships aren't moving. Is because of the insurance. You know. Anytime they remove the insurance, the ships won't sail no matter what's going on. You know what I mean? And note, like when when America was literally invading Iraq, they were still insuring the ships. You know what I mean? Oh, good day, mate. All the way from Australia. My nephew friend gets tickets for $30. So I haven't asked you. Potential, Shazzy, potential. You know what I'm saying? Good point, Jungle. Good point. So what we're lining out here is ANCAP. Like I want to make sure that ANCAP. Anarcho-capitalism, political philosophy, and economic theory advocating for the abolition of the state in favor of a stateless society governed by private property, free markets, and voluntary contracts. ANCAPs believe all services, including law enforcement and courts, should be provided. Yeah, this is going to be a good one, boys. This is going to be a good one. List the benefits and negatives. Okay. Benefit and negatives. Then compare it to political philosophy with the aristocratic national social we have. Then point out how ANCAP can be used as a subversive method by communists to undermine, destroy the nation, and show how they align quite well with communists. Let's see. What? This is unbelievable. One sec. This is unbelievable. Confirm my age? What is going on here? Okay, we're back, baby. We're back. Okay, we're doing a bit of research now. We're on to the last stretch here, folks. So when we finish doing this, like I said, I'll end off the stream, and then, like I said, I'll have the script written, more harnessed and focused in for my political project or political debate tomorrow. Oh, this is gonna be good shit. This is gonna be real good shit, right? Anarcho-capitalist, or an ANCAP, in other words. Lol to that. It was the year, Jack, okay? It was the year, okay? He's gone to New York for $30. He works for an... get it in, Shazzy. Get it in. Give him the old nudge. Tell him you'll give him Christmas dinner or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you won't want to miss it. I didn't know you were ancient. Yeah, leprechauns live for thousands of years, bro. Did you not know? Well, if you don't know, now you know. You know? But anyways, let's get serious. Let's get serious, okay? What is the political philosophy? Okay, I won't do an accent. What is the political philosophy of ANCAP? Anarcho-capitalism is the radical libertarian ideology that seeks to the complete abolition of a centralized state. Interesting. It combines anarchism's rejection of government authority with capitalism's emphasis on absolute private property rights, free markets, and voluntary contracts. Core principles. No state. No way. Isn't that what the communists want? Government is viewed as a criminal monopoly that uses violence, taxation equals theft, to exist. Non-aggression principle. But no harm principle. The only moral law is that no one may initiate force, fraud, or theft against another person or their property. Everything is private. As opposed to the communist, everything is public. All services traditionally provided by the state, police, courts, national, and again, note where it's like, defund the police, you know? Police, courts, national defense, roads, prisons, education, healthcare would be supplied by competing private companies in a free market. Self-ownership and voluntarism. Individuals own themselves and can either enter into voluntary and can enter any voluntary agreements, meaning you can volunteer yourself to become a slave. Law and order emerge from competing private defense agencies and arbitration firms. Key thinkers: Murray Rothbard, David Friedman, Hans Hermann Hoppe. In theory, ANCAP society would be a patchwork of private property owners, insurance companies, and security firms enforcing contracts without monopoly government. Benefits of anarcho-capitalism: maximum individual liberty. Sounds like what the liberals want. No coercive taxation, conscription, or government regulations. People are free to live as they choose. And again, just this whole thing of people are free, so it's like, you know, necrophilia, cannibalism, all this kind of shit, you know. Extreme economic efficiency. Pure market competition would drive innovation, lower costs, and eliminate bureaucratic waste. Services like security or Dispute resolution would improve through competition. I fucking bet it would. Incentive driven, strong protection of private property encourages hard work, investment, and entrepreneurship. No political corruption. Without a state, there are no politicians to bribe or special interests to capture government power. Voluntary society, all relationships are consensual, reducing resentment and authoritarianism. Apparently. Negatives or criticisms of anarcho-capitalism. Power vacuums and warlordism. Without a central authority, powerful private defense agencies could centralize or cartelize, defeat rivals, and become a de facto states, possibly worse ones. Inequality becomes extreme. Wealthy individuals or corporations could dominate justice and security, leading to private governments or neo-feudalism where the poor have little real protection. Public goods problem. National defense, large infrastructure, and basic research suffer from free rider issues. People won't voluntarily pay for things that benefit everyone. Who's going to build a road? You know what I mean? External threats. Hard to organize effective defense against organized nation states, e.g. China or Russia invading a fragmented ANCAP territory. One sec. That makes you 5,000. I really need to go back on my ancestry. I know I have Scottish in me at least. Red hair, bleached skin, all that. My man. Could be a Celt. Junga says, why is it 60 days away? Honestly, Nashville was a good time, but Dallas is going to be twice as big and twice as dope. DebateCon 8 will surpass all debate events before it by far. Don't wait, be there. Be there or be square, motherfuckers. Teriak, you need to get your ass to USA, you dirty leprechaun. Quit BSing. What can I say?
Here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of retarded, but I'll talk to my contacts at the border. You know, Julio down in Mexico. I also know an Asian up in Canada. You know what I mean? Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny, you know? My rights end, the judge says it. It is what it is, Troy. It is what it is. Social cohesion breakdown. No mechanism for national identity, shared culture, or long-term demographic strategy. Society could fragment into hostile enclaves. Interesting. Unworkable in practice, never successfully implemented on a large scale. Critics argue it ignores human tribal nature, the need for collective action, and the reality that markets need some rules enforced by a higher power. Comparison to aristocratic national socialism. I love the way Grok says, our aristocratic national socialism, comrades, as defined in the debate opener, is a structured, limited government third way, while ANCAP is a stateless, radical individualism. Okay? So, the role of the state, limited but strong strategic state in key areas, complete abolition of the state. Now, that's the key thing. Complete abolition. Oh, one second, let me try zoom in here for you. Wait, is this going to fuck up the table? I think it might fuck up the table. God damn, I'm scrolling a lot. God damn. Oh, here we go. Oh, beautiful. Right? Complete abolition of the state. What does communism want? A complete abolition of state, comrades. Ain't that a coinky dink? Economy. So again, any communists or former communists will masquerade as an ANCAP. You gotta be careful of these fucking ANCAPs, right? Economy. Mostly capitalist plus limited socialization of backbone. 100% unregulated private markets. Interesting. National defense. Strong centralized military tech under state direction versus private competing defense agencies. And what happens if they start, going to war with each other? Country's fucked. Infrastructure. State directed core infrastructure and energy. All private roads. Grids. Like, what happens if, everybody starts, anybody that builds a road, they build one section of the road and they put up a toll. Then the next one comes along, extends the road and puts up another toll. You know what I mean? Leadership, merit-based aristocratic elite plus constitutional limits. No formal leaders emerging from markets. We're going to hope for the best. Immigration/borders. Strict national control. Open or private property based. No national borders. So they want open borders, these ANCAPs. Ain't that quinky dink? You know? Just like the globalists want. Isn't that funny? Social cohesion. Strong emphasis on nation, demographics, and culture. Atomistic individualism, no nation concept. So they're anti-nationalist. Ain't that a bitch? Long-term strategy, national survival and strength as top priority. Individual profit and contracts only. So, if I'm the CEO of Lockheed Martin and my quarterly profits are looking a bit low, well, selling to China and Russia increases profits, so I'm just going to sell to China and Russia, So again, like, notice what he was doing. It's like, I actually believe in the founding fathers, and I believe in America. I want to make America great again, and all this kind of shit. But in terms of no nation concept, you actually don't believe in America. Contradiction, comrades. Okay? Socialism always ends up, I'm in front of a wall. Not aristocratic National Socialism. Turns the economy into a playground for elites, crushing competition, centralizing power, killing innovation, in leaving ordinary Americans poor, dependent, and trapped. Most of the economy is capitalistic, baby. That's the thing. It's the limiting principle of the nation. Only a few key areas get nationalized. Everything else fully capitalistic. I use resource comrade. I use resource comrade. Helps turnip farmers 2 weeks later, comrade. Turnips are past. They can good. Пожалуйста. Capitalism rewards innovation, competition, and hard work, giving people the freedom to build wealth, create business, improve lives, and drive economic growth through opportunity. I understand, comrade, and we have vast majority of all markets except limited few, like warfare, the education, comrade, the big infrastructure, comrade, the energy sources, the oil reserves. Who decides? Who decides to build a highway, comrade? And what way does that work? Do we have tolls? Interesting. Very interesting. Key differences. Aristocratic National Socialism is nationalist and realist. It prioritizes the surviving and flourishing of a specific people. ANCAP is universalist and anti-national. The nation has no special status. It's just a collection of property owners. The nation go bye-bye with ANCAP. Aristocratic National Socialism uses strategic socialization for political areas. ANCAP rejects any forced coordination. Aristocratic National Socialism believes in hierarchy and authority. Merit-based is necessary for order. ANCAP believes markets alone suffice. Exactly, comrade. Mixed economy blends capitalism's innovation and competition with socialism, safety net supporting business growth while funding healthcare, education, and basic protections. This is a key thing as well. Like, even in terms of like the healthcare, you want like a base level for the healthcare, but you also want to make sure that with the healthcare, it's like private and all this kind of shit. Because again, with the innovation, competition, all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But education, like, you need a national standard. You know, big infrastructure, energy, military. You know, aristocratic National Socialism sees ANCAP as dangerously naive about power, external threats, and collective goods. ANCAP sees aristocratic National Socialism as just another form of statism. How ANCAP can be used as a subversive method by communists. This is one of the more interesting and controversial observations. Alignment between ANCAP and communists. Both are anti-state in rhetoric and want to destroy the existing nation-state order. They want to destroy America. Both oppose traditional national institutions, borders, and bourgeoisie national loyalty. Both can sound utopian. Once we remove the current system, a perfect voluntary society will emerge, comrades. Now communist subversives use ANCAP, divide and weaken, promote ANCAP to libertarians and conservatives to erode support for any strong national government, defense spending, tariffs, or industrial policy. This hollows out the nation's ability to resist external or internal threats. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Create chaos. A successful push towards statelessness creates power vacuums. Historically, communists are expert at exploiting chaos, revolutions, economic collapse to seize power. ANCAP society would likely fragment into competing fractions, making it easier for organized, disciplined groups, communists, to dominate, divide and conquer. Useful idiots. Many ANCAP ideas, abolish borders, end the military-industrial complex, taxation is theft, overlap with leftist anti-Western narratives. Globalist elites or communists can fund or amplify ANCAP voices to undermine national sovereignty while they push their own centralizing agendas elsewhere. Also, take it easy, Jungle. Catch you later, bro. Yaz later's chat. Leaving with one-liner, Teriyaki. You out here seething like a dirty leprechaun because study was supposed to be hard, but Grok turned his eight-hour meltdown into a 3-minute identity crisis. You're him. My man.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
And hey, well, shout out to Jungle as well. Appreciate you kindly, sir, with the 10 gifted memberships. Let me do a quick roll call on the memberships. Hey, congratulations to Lori Watson 478737. Sorry, I'm going dyslexic. Alpen Flagger, Rational Baz, it's Roar 666, The Devil's Raspberry, Keeper of the Lists 4771, Project Zero Day, Smoky Gun 3279, and Ernesto Marcelo 11. Congratulations to you all. You have the one and only Jungle to thank for that one. Appreciate you very kindly, Jungle. Thank you very kindly, sir, and a very machiwa to you, sir.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Wait, the bar ain't updating. Fi favore. Fi favore. Just gonna do bada bing, bada boom. And we're up to 100. And premium meme. Let's give us a little bit of that Joey Diaz Americana spirit.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. The White House, whoever the fuck is going on, but it don't matter. They want to shoot, it's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty, don't forget who the fuck we are, you understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean, he's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Appreciate you, Connie. And also, Joker says, Ernesto, hey, my hombre, Ernesto, he gonna get you across the border, bro. I bribed him, ese. Don't worry about it. He gets you. You go down to Mexico. You go down to Mexico, he gets you across the border. No problem, ese. No problem. Appreciate you, Connie. Jungle, absolute legend. But Trotskyism has strong party, is needed chased out of Russia. Thanks for nothing. Yeah, 100%. But you see what I'm saying here? See how I'm able to just sense these motherfuckers? These fucking rat bastards that try to come in and say, I'm a right-winger, I'm a capitalist. Are you fuck? I'm gonna love this debate tomorrow. I'm going to love this debate. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is gonna be beautiful. This is gonna be exactly like those interrogation videos. This is going to be I know exactly how to go about this debate. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. This is going to be so fucking beautiful. Oh, these little rat bastards think they're so clever. I see through. Like, do they not know who they're dealing with? I'm fucking Loki, motherfuckers. I'm the fucking god of illusion. I can see through their illusion bullshit. Oh, but this is gonna be so beautiful. Okay, Jack. Okay, Mr. Technicalities. Mr. Technical. Well, technically for me, Jack, it is tomorrow because technically it's the 25th and the debate doesn't start till the 26th, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you, Jack. This is going to be so beautiful, Jack. This is going to be so beautiful. Oh my god! Like, think to the deductionist files. Think of like what the detectives do. Oh, this is going to be an interrogation. I'm going to expose this motherfucker. Oh my god, man. I'm going to burn this motherfucker. I'm going to burn him. End result, comrades. What is outcome? Loki getting a big head, comrade. Do not get big head. Trust me, this is going to be beautiful. This is going to be beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, this is going to be so beautiful. End results. The outcome. Pure ANCAP is unlikely to last. The strong or the highly organized fill the void. Communists have a track record of using libertarian-sounding rhetoric during liberalization phases. For example, Soviet NEP or the modern China selective capitalism before reasserting control. In short, ANCAP's extreme anti-statism can act as an unwitting accelerator for nationalist disillusion, which communists historically capitalize on. Aristocratic National Socialism, by contrast, strengthens the nation's backbone while preserving liberty in daily life, making it far more resistant to both communist takeover and corporate globalism. This is why our framework explicitly rejects both full socialism and stateless anarchism in favor of strong but limited sovereign nation. Oh my god, this is going to be beautiful. This is going to be so fucking beautiful. I know exactly how to play this as well. I'm not going to say it right now just in case these rat bastards are watching. Oh, yous are fucked. Yous are so fucked. If I was you, I wouldn't even fucking show up for the debate, you little rat bastard. I would not even show up for this debate. Yous don't want this heat. Yous don't want this fire. Oh my god, I'm going to burn these motherfuckers. Oh my god. It's going to be beautiful, Jack. It's going to be beautiful. Bring the hot dogs. It's going to be a barbecue. It's going to be a fucking barbecue. Oh my god. This is going to be beautiful. This is going to be beautiful. I've never looked forward so much to a debate in my entire life than this next one. And like I said, I was fucking hype as fuck for the one last week. I was like, again, like even Ask Easy, like I thanked him multiple times. Like, thank you so much for putting this forward, because like I said, like he's taking a bit of heat, like even putting the title out there and all this kind of shit. But this one against this cunt, oh my god, it's going to be beautiful. It is going to be beautiful. And like I said, I like just reading that, I was like, okay, I know exactly how to do this. Just to give you a little taste, Jack, think to the way the detectives in the interrogation. Oh my god. It's going to be beautiful. Like, to say I'm going to bring the fire would be an understatement. Would be an understatement, comrades. And if they are listening, like I said, like my advice to you would be, I wouldn't even fucking show up to this thing. I've never been so hyped for a debate in my entire fucking life. This is going to be so beautiful. And shout out to Jiraiya. For the 5 gifted, let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. Let me play a little bit of Pepe. And congratulations to Reed M7619, Truckin' Dude, Sludge Veno, Ascended Me, and Jintai82. Massive congratulations to you all. You have Gerard to thank for that one. Thank you very kindly, sir. This is going to be beautiful. This is, oh my god, man. This is going to be an expose. Oh, well, you know what Ragnarok is? It's like, oh, God, man, it's going to be beautiful. Because I don't want to say shit. I don't want to say shit right now. Because obviously I want them to show up. But, oh my God, man. Words can't even describe how beautiful this is going to be. Oh my God. But like I said, folks, make sure you tune in for this one. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be like an episode of Scooby-Doo, where the mask comes off and it's like, oof, I would have got away with it too. If it weren't for that meddling leprechaun. I would have got away with it too, if it wasn't for that meddling leprechaun. And his fucking Tylenol. Oh my God, this is going to be a beautiful one. I know exactly. Oh my God, it's going to be beautiful. Oh. But anyways, folks, like I said, get your final questions in. Massive shout out to everybody that donated today. This was a good one. Like I said, it was done a bit of prep, you know, gave the whole aspect to it and all this kind of thing. Hopefully it gives you a bit more incentive. And his little Clover too. But massive shout out to everybody that donated. And just in general, like, the massive shout out to you for all the support and love. You guys are the reason why I'm able to do this shit for a living, you know. And hopefully I can repay this tomorrow, because you will not want to miss it. It's going to. Oh, fy favore. Oh my God. I'm that excited. I actually want to get into it, but I need to make sure I get the sleep. I also need to make sure I get some to eat as well. So who's online at the moment? Who's online? Our boy JS. Our boy JS. So, folks, I'm going to be sending you into JS. Make sure you give him a like and a sub, all the good stuff, you know. 1 sec, let me make sure I get the redirect. Okay, so the redirect is set. Oh, it's going to be bellissimo. Bellissimo, Jack. It's going to. Oh my God. Oh, words cannot describe how beautiful it's going to be. And again, massive shout out to Speakeasy for, again, like, giving me the chance, giving me the love, the support, for hosting these debates as well. Because, like, especially this one, because, like I said, I was kind of like worried that he's like, no, bro, I can't be putting titles like that out on YouTube and all this kind of thing. But he creamed himself. It's Jack. Jack, you've no idea. You have no idea. It's. 1 sec. Let me find a clip to explain how beautiful this is going to be. It's going to be like one of these.
King's like, no more revise. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this? Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. The madness shall ensue, boys. Ragnarok is coming. Ragnarok is coming. Oh, it's going to be so beautiful. That does well good. Man, I'm telling you. I trust sluts too much. Trust me, you will not want to miss the next Swords of Reason with your boy going against this uncapped cunt. Oh, that does feel good. Oh, Jack, you've no idea. You have no idea. Like, and like I said, I haven't said, I don't want to say it because I do want to leave a little bit of mystery there, saying, well, why is Teriak getting so happy and all this kind of shit? But just think of the deduction as follows. This is going to put the terror in interrogation. These rat cunts thought they were so fucking smart. Oh my god. You fat fingered it, Jack. I'm not gonna lie. You fat fingered that. You can't even blame autocorrect for that one. You know? Rag Fard third, the second. My man. My man. This is going to be beautiful. You won't want to miss it. But ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you all kindly. I need to go get something to eat and get myself to bed nice and early. Because you will not want to miss this debate. This is going to be all out. You will not want to miss this because it's going to be less like a debate and more like an interrogation. That's all I can give you for now, right? Make sure you give JS, good old Uncle JS, a good like, sub, all the good stuff. Gonna be a beautiful one. And like I keep saying, every show I end it the same way, baby. Don't gotta trust me. All you got to do is trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.